Come in to me, show us the way. I'm caught between the wisdom parts of the unknown. A door between two worlds, a sight to see. It feels like everything is moving around me. Feels like it is moving in time.
Hey, what's up, gamers? Welcome to another live stream. OMG, dude! It's the artist I know from the game that I played. Thought we could use some nice vibes today. Put us in a good state of mind. We actually did play Sable on stream, and I thought it was good. I didn't finish it, though. That's just kind of something that happens with puzzle games in my life. I play the puzzle game, and I'm like, whoa, this is so well made, and then I stop playing it because it has puzzles in it. But I love puzzles, but then I don't want to go back and solve puzzles. It's weird. I don't know how to explain that. But I really like the soundtrack on it. Anyway, what's up, everybody? How you doing? Welcome back for Sunday's special stream. Hey, yo. I can see that Midas may have required some help in getting covered up, now that I can see the camera. It's like a rear view mirror for me. But he did his best. You should do a stream where you finish every unfinished game you've played. How about no? I actually do know somebody who has been doing that. I don't know how far they have gotten, but Mr. Sark has done exactly that, playing the entire library of their Steam collection, A to Z. And I don't know how far they've gotten, but I think they were past the games that start with numbers and maybe on the letter A or B, and streaming all of them. I don't know how to see how many games I actually have on Steam now. Ah, 992. I am approaching 1,000. Talix, he's still on A. Not surprised. There's a lot of games that start with the letter A. And out of those 992, I've probably finished like 30. What is going to be my 1,000th game? I don't know. I know a streamer doing all the N64 games. We did play an N64 stream once. The problem is I can't do it again because A, I don't want to because I don't have any more N64 games compared to last time, and B, I don't have the right hardware. I bought something that's supposed to be able to connect the N64 up to a computer via probably some HDMI converter, and it just didn't work. So I got scammed. He's looking forward to all the Assassin's Creed games. I didn't think about that. Yeah, if you play your entire Steam library, you just get to one letter, and if there's 8 games in the franchise and you have all of them, you just play all of them in a row. But possibly out of order, because if you're playing alphabetically, right? So like Brotherhood would be like the letter A and then B, like Assassin's Creed letter B, so that might come before some of the other ones, like Valhalla would probably be towards the end. Assassin's Creed, I guess you would play Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. And then Black Flag, yeah, would come before Brotherhood. That's so weird. Oh yes, we do have Spooky Mug today. You only get a few horrors this Halloween. One of them is Spooky Mug. The other is how much I've been playing Snap. I'm gonna scare everybody in the stream. And the third is Randy Random, who was simply tragic yesterday. Like, it was bad. I finished the stream. I left my office. I found Alice playing Snap. Getting some Snap games in. This is, by the way, a Marvel Snap household now. You guys thought I was just bullshitting you yesterday. We both have a battle pass now, okay? That's double dipping from the same household, so I hope the developers are happy, because it's 2 battle pass gamers in the same house. Talix, how did you increase your Snap collection score so fast? Do you just do daily missions, or did you buy gold? I've done everything, and I'm only collection rank 218. What I did was, I bought the battle pass, and I bought the, like, welcome pack, which was $3. You can only buy it once. And it had gold, and it had, like, a couple cosmetics. But I was just like, it's $3. So I've spent $13 total on the game. And then the gold that I have gotten from... I still have about 1,200 gold that I haven't even spent yet. But I only spend gold on refreshing daily missions. And you basically never, ever should spend credits on fast upgrades on the store page. I wonder how much money Disney's made off of it so far. It's actually not Disney as a developer. It's a smaller company that I remember Ben Brode joined. They've made, I think, I saw some mixed responses to this. They've made $2 million so far, but it's a very small, like, tiny game developer company, so it's extremely big sales for like such a small developer, but people were saying that it's not a ton in reference to the Marvel license as a whole. But what that actually means is that it's incredibly well monetized. Like, the monetization is actually good enough. It's a weird scenario to be in, because if they make it easier for whales to buy tons of money worth of cards or goods, they'll make a lot more than $2 million. But because the monetization is actually very fair and very baseline. I usually hate free-to-play games because microtransactions are scummy. This game isn't horrid, though. It doesn't piss me off. Basically that, yeah, because they actually went with like a player-friendly style of microtransactions. They probably made a lot less money than they would have otherwise. But hopefully that's engendered some goodwill for the game, because I'm going to be sticking around and getting next month's Battle Pass. Thanks for teaching me what MTX is. Yeah, it's microtransaction. But it's actually a really good game, and the monetization is very light. So maybe that's cost them some money. I guess hopefully they stick to their guns and keep pushing it forward the way that it's already on track to go. Because I think it's a really fun game. And that's the other issue is... It's not an issue. The other, like, facet that it keeps me... The reason I keep streaming this daily is because it's fun to play. Whereas I felt like often in ranked mode, like, because you're forced to play ranked in this game right now. They're adding, like, more game modes later, right? But, like, in Magic or Hearthstone... If I wanted to play ranked, I was like, I don't want to play it. I literally just avoided ranked entirely. I got to Legend in Hearthstone once, and I was like, I'm done. That sucked. I hated it. Because if you don't buy enough boosties, you can't make a competitive deck. And that's kind of been the game changer, I think, for me, and that's what's made me actually get addicted to the ladder, is you don't have to buy packs to have a good deck. It's really nice. Because in Magic, I would drop $100 just to get enough cards. Each expansion, I would play like $50 to $100 every expansion just to try and keep up, and that's what drove me away from the game. Is like the cycle of seasons. What do you call like the cycle where you like have the old expansions are now no longer valid in regular ranked play? The rotation, I guess, would be the right word. But it's like every 2 years I have to create a new collection of cards where they rotate old collections out of ranked play. And it was like 3 to 4 expansions a year, and I was just like, damn, I can't keep up. Like right now we are in it's called the standard rotation. Standard rotation. So like, for example, I love Magic as a game. Like I think that the actual gameplay is fantastic. And its depth is definitely its strong suit. And the cards are very addictive to actually play. But for example, on September 1st of this year, so like just 2 months ago, 4 sets have rotated. And I believe in that case, the 4 sets, they rotated out. So like if you bought if you bought like 50 to 100 boosters of Dominaria United, the Brothers War, Phyrexia, All Will Be One, or March of the Machine, those will all rotate out 2024. So that's like 2 years from now. And then you won't be able to play with those in the standard rotation anymore. So I just like, I kind of got tired of trying to keep up with ranked. Just because of how that works. And so I got fatigued. Because if you miss one expansion, you can't, like, come back. You have to play year-round. I love playing Magic, but Standard was too much. Yeah, that's how I felt, Moonling. Hello, Feng Shui. What's up, Wasabi Pete? I'm shamelessly addicted. Nice. What's up, Snappers? I am Lux. Falcrus is back. Hummus, Space Tuna. I don't know when they're gonna do Snap Esports. The thing about Snap is it's just a silly game. Like, you really can't, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean, there's like locations that will pop up, and the one that's complained about the most is called Ego. And if it's one of the locations that is face up, it just goes, Ego will now play for both players' decks. You just don't choose what card anymore. And if you're a gamer, you instantly snap and go, all right, I don't even have to play. I don't even have to like play cards. The AI is going to play them for me, and they're going to play them for my opponent. Let's see whose deck is better. And you just sit back and enjoy the ride. But like playing too much and you get too sweaty and you get too try hard, that kind of stuff like pisses you off, and you're like, God damn it, Ego! I'm trying to like win here. I'm trying to climb the ladder, and so it's like it's gonna be writing a line, I think, of the sweaties who are mad at the casual mechanics, and then the casuals who are like, oh, this is hilarious. But I think that's also why they're working on like a casual game mode. So that way they can split some things up. There's really only one location that I hate, and it's the one that puts 5 rocks in your deck. It's like, that's not even zany fun. That's just like, I have 5 rocks in my deck now, out of 9 cards, and I drew a rock. Who could have seen this coming? And it just, that's the only one that actually pisses me off. Because I'm fine with some RNG, but not when the RNG is my opponent didn't draw a rock, and I did. Random crits are fair and balanced. Bring back random crits. But I think that they did do a good job of just making the RNG palatable with the retreat mechanic, so it's hard to get too upset. Rocks plus Blue Marvel plus Onslaught. Do it. If you're a real gamer, you snap every game. That's how you lose all your points. I got Ego today and I was actually mad for the first time. I lost 8 cubes. Sometimes you just gotta give up the cubes. You gotta give up the cubes. Hello, Town Chat. What's up, Carson? Did you see they removed microtransactions from Moonbreaker? I did, yeah. I think that was probably a good decision on their part. I haven't actually played Moonbreaker yet. Rock on Bar Sinister to assert dominance. I agree. All right, let's jump in. Let's play some rounds. Let's play some games. Change gears here. So, there is a new hot location for today. I think it's like 24 hours and it started like... I don't know if it started at midnight or what. So this is a 60% chance to appear. And you just get +5 energy for 1 turn only. If you keep streaming this daily, I can live vicariously through you and not play myself. I fear if I start, I won't be able to stop. That's exactly what happened. Like, I was playing games off stream. And my girlfriend Alice was watching. And then finally she was like, I just want to play now. And I was like, go for it. Go get some games in, download it. And the funniest thing was, because she was watching me play like ranked up through, I'm approaching Vibranium now. I lost a couple ranks. She knew what all the cards did at the beginning of the game. So therefore, won basically every single game from when you stop playing bots all the way up through like silver rank, basically. That's an early intel advantage. A vicarious smurf, basically. Okay, so we're gonna be playing with a different deck today. I made a deck. We're just gonna test this deck out. This is a deck experiment, as I'll call it. For Project Pegasus. Does +5 energy mean you get 6 if it's the first location? Yes, it does. We're gonna call it Big, and I've already made it, and we can modify it as we go. But it's a little funky. The reason it's called Big is because it's a little bit on the top-heavy side. We only have one cost card, and that's Nova. And when Nova's destroyed, you get +1 power to your other cards. And I have 2 ways to activate that. I have Carnage, who can go chomp chomp and eat that card to destroy it and gain some power when he does. Or we can do Killmonger, who destroys all 1-cost cards. So that can activate my own Nova retroactively and maybe clear some enemy weenies. I haven't been seeing a lot of weenie decks. What I have been seeing is an unlimited number of dinosaur decks, because I've been playing a dino deck myself last night. It was working pretty well, and then just not so much today. So to counter that, we have Shang-Chi to try and take down either... I'm in pool 2, by the way. So you might, if you're in pool 1, you might see some cards you don't really recognize, or if you're in pool 3, you might be like, why don't you have this? Like, I don't have Infinite. So I haven't unlocked it yet, but I can destroy Infinite, who has 20 power. Enchantress did not fit in this deck because I don't like having both Enchantress and Shang-Chi, because you have a dead turn 4 if that's your entire play, and you have to hold those cards in your hand until the time is right, and that can be tricky. So I just went with either or because I'm already having to exert my own power. Because what was happening was I was trying to control what the opponent was doing, and they just had too much to deal with. Shang-Chi makes more sense for Infinite. It's both. I have actually won a substantial number of games against Devil Dino with Shang-Chi and Infinite. He's just great all around. He does both. Enchantress only does one. So that's why he's in and she's out. There's another reason though, and that is because I don't want to limit myself, because I've seen a bunch of move decks now with Vulture, and I haven't unlocked Vulture yet. And Shang-Chi can also snipe turn 1 Hulk. There's a lot of possibilities. Hi, Ital. Just finished the last RimWorld VOD. That certainly escalated. It did, Avic. It did. That's why we're going to play some Snap and Clear Our Heads from yesterday. And maybe we just lose all these games too, because this is my first time playing this deck, and we're going to see if it works. Hey everybody, hope you're having a great Sunday. I just got to pool 2 and I'm getting bodied. It'll get better, Loki's run. I got bodied at the beginning of pool 2 as well. Now I just get bodied sometimes. What's up, Quiet Adept? Hope you get well soon. Welcome back, KJ. And thanks for jumping in, Avic. We'll play some more RimWorld. Because the thing is, it's still got potential, but man, I was distraught. I think it was just in a state of shock from the time that we got to that section of RimWorld yesterday to the end of the stream. I was stressed. I was in like virtual shock, and I was extremely antsy / ADHD, and I did not feel well after the stream was over. But not really because of RimWorld. I've just been having some weird stuff going on with my head. I've had some strange headaches lately. So that's why I've been trying to keep the streams at like 7-ish hours the last few days. Because I'm going to take another day off probably tomorrow. Just chill. Too much streaming. Okay, what else we got? So we got Bucky. This is the one I'm least confident in, but it has been spicy. Because the only thing that can kill Bucky to create Winter Soldier is Carnage in this deck. So it's a bit of a specific activator. But I think it'll be fine. Then I got Lizard because I need some strong 2-drops. And with the current like +5 energy meta, there's not a lot of weenie decks. And weenie decks really counter Lizard if they get 4 cards in their lane. Morph has been the dark horse of the decks that I've been trying with this hot location, because Morph is just Morph. Morph is Morph, you know? If Morph can be Morph, or Morph can be Morph. And the point is that you drop 3, and since people are top-loading their decks with like huge cards, the odds of you actually sniping one of their huge cards is pretty good. So Morph is actually some pretty good value. Killmonger to snipe the 1-cost cards. Shang-Chi to snipe the high power cards. Warpath just to be a strong 4 energy body if we can keep the lanes clear. He gets +4 if one of the lanes is empty. Iron Man, because I needed some finishing moves. I kept losing on turn 5, turn 6, because I didn't have enough power. So I'm just going to try Iron Man out. America Chavez is actually very key to this build, because she's just staying out of the way. She doesn't get drawn until turn 6, and she'll guaranteed be drawn on turn 6 if she's still in the deck. What that means is we have more chances for the Carnage Bucky combo, because we'll never have America Chavez dead in hand. It removes one of the cards to make sure that we have the other options that we want earlier. So we'll see how that goes. Let's give this a try. Just make sure I actually... Okay, so I don't think the developers of the PC port planned on people building this many decks. Devs, please. I can't scroll over. Well, switch to not full screen and you can select it. What? excuse me. Okay, yep, that actually does work for some reason. How strange. Big deck energy. Big deck energy. All right, let's give it a try. Let's do some experimentation. Well, I will be passing turn 1. Why is it so loud? Okay, there's a turn 7 this game. Thank you, Limbo. Let's go ahead and grab an extra card from the bottom of their deck. We'll just steal it for ourselves. They've got a Bucky and a multiple man. Are they using multiple man as fodder for Carnage? At the start of turn 6, swap hands. Not ideal. We can't see the round timer anymore. The round timer is right here. See it? You see my mouse? That is the timer. There's a little purple. And when it goes all the way down, your time is up. No, I don't see it. Deathlock. So they avoided Bucky. They didn't want to activate Bucky yet. I wonder why. So my options are go ahead and get Warpath down, which I think is good. And maybe we just avoid playing against Deathlock and play at Crimson Cosmos, since he can't get the weenies there. All right, there's the Carnage on Bucky. And we can move cards to the Mindscape location this turn because Cloak has enabled it. So I can scooch all my cards over to Mindscape if I want. Which isn't the worst. Because I feel like we do a pretty good job of countering it. The trick is, where do we go after that? So we're gonna Warpath over here. Multiple man over there. And then I think pass, but not pass, but like, I'm either gonna play, I'm probably just gonna play Iron Man. There's 7 turns in this game, so I'm just trying to play on curve. Iron Man will probably lock down this location, but if they have a Shang-Chi, they can snipe the Warpath. So that's really the only thing I have to worry about. Ooh, spicy.
Iron Man.
Me too! I'm Iron Man!
I am Iron Man.
No, me. Alright, they actually get a better hand than I do. Or do they? Or do they, chat? Oh, it's turn 6, not turn 7. Where are they gonna play Hulk? Shit, I have to play Spidey now or I can't play Spidey.
Opponent snapped.
If we America Chavez here, if they play 12, they'll have 17, 21 times 2 is 42. They'll have 42. I'll have 9, 18, 21. We'll also have 42 there, interestingly enough. What was the other card in my hand that I gave them? So they elected not to Hulk there. Now, if I Heimdall, we definitely lose the left and the right location, and then Warpath stops being good. So we got ourselves in a bit of a pickle here. But if Warpath stops being good, Is that the worst thing in the world? Chad, let's just see what happens. I'm gonna Heimdall, it's gonna kill Warpath, but we're gonna stop competing for Mindscape, and we have to win 2 out of 3 locations, so let's just try moving everything over and see where it goes. How dare you activate your cards before I activate my cards? How dare you? Should have snapped, chat. I should have snapped. I love using their own Heimdall against them.
Victory.
So many numbers. Yeah, so basically, Multiple Man is just adding copies of himself every single time he moves. That was also from their deck. So it canceled Warpath plus 4 power, but I still got the extra Multiple Man here. And I kind of just assumed they weren't going to add anything to Hulk. If they had added anything to Hulk, they win, basically. But they were winning 12-0. But I had their Heimdall. And I got to move all cards to the left. Win by 1. And then scooch Iron Man over. And then just stop competing against that. Because what's scary when you see an Iron Man is he's doubling the power of all the cards at their location. So they can just put anything there, and it's pretty good. And I didn't know it was going to be a Shang-Chi, but they had 4 cards left in hand, so that could have been really anything. All right, we'll start with a nice good win with the new test deck. I got an alt art Heimdall, so I'm a Heimdall player now. Yo, I love the alt art Heimdall. I'm very jealous. I actually have a move deck as my primary pool 2 deck when we're not playing hot locations. I also like the Devil Dino variant. Oh. There we go. I like the Devil Dinosaur variant. That one's cute. I like this Colossus. Old school. And I like the Nightcrawler as well. But I haven't bought them yet. We snapping? Oh yeah, we're snapping. Did the alt arts change the font as well? I don't think so, but I don't know. All right, there's the hot location, Project Pegasus. Let's see if we can make something happen here. We do have the Bucky Carnage combo. But the 6 mana is a little tricky because I only have so much. So maybe we just go ahead and morph. You gotta morph, chat. See, Morph and Bucky, no. We gotta separate these, because if they morph into something cool, I don't want Carnage to destroy it. So we're gonna just Morph there, Bucky there. Leave some options open. It's morphin' time, chat, and I am now... Okay. Early Storm. No one's playing there next turn. Chaos! I may have screwed myself. I think I just locked that down for them. Because I can Carnage that and become a 4 cost, but if they play any other card, it's a total waste. So that's just we just got really screwed by all this, basically, because I can't play anything to Sanctum Sanctorum, so I'm just gonna roll out.
Escaped.
Sometimes you just get RNGesus, you know, and you lose your cube and you move on, get another fast game. Turn 2 retreat. Yeah, it was over. It was totally over. Alright, let's give this another try, shall we? My cubes. Let's get Warpath out early, because it's just a good 4 cost. It does sort of give away our desire to only have 2 of the lanes controlled, but you don't have to do it. It's only 4 power. It just starts out really high. Okay, we got a Colossus. They don't want no on-reveal effects there. This is a big energy, big deck energy game. 3 costs. This is way too early to Killmonger. So we're just gonna have to waste 1 energy. Lizard's good, Colossus is good. I think Colossus right is pretty safe. He's safe from power reduction. I know that we give up the Warpath, but that's okay. Because they're expecting me to play on Warpath now, so it can work as a bait as well. How do you have a good website I can find the deck list? No, I don't, unfortunately. I've just made up all mine. So whether they're good or not, I don't know, but we're seeing, we're testing what works. But I cannot provide a website. Okay, I say Lizard left is the safest place for you. Lizard gets -3 power if your opponent has 4 cards in that location. And they have more cards in these locations. No destroy monster, please. No destroy monster, please. Okay, monster is safe. I think I have to Killmonger just to play a card. We're probably gonna Iron Man here. This doesn't kill anything anyways, so I don't need the on-reveal from Cosmo.
Opponent snapped.
Snap. We're snap. We're snapping. We're snapping, Mary Skipper. We're snapping. Yo, we're snapping, dude. We're snapping. And they're playing all their cards mid. Which is pretty good for me. So now we're just gonna chuck Iron Man over here. Boop. Who's gonna double up? So, I mean, if they have a turn 6 Iron Man, GG. If they have turn 6 Iron Man, they just win. And good for them, you know?
Oh, snap.
I don't know why I played over there. I'm only winning by 8 on the right. If I played Hulk mid, we win. I'm afraid of Spectrum. So I'm trying to dodge Spectrum right now. Because Spectrum would be ongoing, 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 ongoing. And I don't even want to compete, so they went left. No Squirrel Girl.
Assemble.
Turned out to be a good snap, chat.
Victory.
Get some 8 cubes. I wonder, are the arts custom for the game, or did they actually take them out of the comics? I think they took them out of the comics and other places, because there's like pixel ones. Here's your 8 cheddar cubes. Thank you. Thank you. I need all of them. Because I was ranked 68, and then I fell down the ladder. So, very sad.
D.
3D. All right. Give me. How far away for the new card? How far away? We're very far from the next card. Love the typographies of all the characters. Yeah, each hero sort of getting their own identifying font. I think worked out really nice. I assume just all comic accurate. Oh, I ranked up Battle Pass. So can these do anything besides like the boosters or 100 credits is pretty good though. 100 credits is good. Are they just credits and boosters? I love that this game has obscure characters in it too and not just the big names. Yeah, I like all the tiny characters as well. I agree. Chat, I'm gonna get some missions because I have 1,200 gold. I can refill 2 missions 10 times, so we're just gonna do it once. I like to drag this out. I like to spread this out. Maybe just only refill once or twice a day. Pay to win gamer. I got these from the Battle Pass, which I also paid for. No, actually, the Battle Pass is extremely forgiving for free to play. We did the math yesterday and found out that 80-something% of the credits are available for free, and the only thing you really get is the gold. Which, if you pay $10 for the Battle Pass, you get more than $10 in gold back. So it makes sense why that is not free to play, because you have to get something for your 10 bucks besides just variants. I think I've gone between 51 and 45 about 18 times the last 2 days. It does happen. Stark Tower is not great for Nova, but we'll just chuck it down anyways. If you ever played the Ultimate Alliance games, there's a lot of obscure characters. Ultimate Alliance was fantastic. I love those games. And my only regret is not having played the most recent one that came out. Onslaught Citadel. Oh boy. It's an Apocalypse deck. Okay, well, at least it's not a Onslaught deck. Onslaught and Onslaught Citadel is spicy. Why? We have a gray Iron Fist. Ooh. Well, what happens if Morphon reveals twice? I have to know. Oh, goodbye, Hulk. And Apocalypse is reforming. Why, thank you for powering him up first before morphin' time. I mean, you gotta snap after that, right? You just gotta. It's mandatory, I think. And then chat, and then you hit him with the... I don't know, do you hit him with the Warmonger now? Or do you wait? Let's Warpath first. Oh, it's getting juicy. Killmonger is thirsting! I know we're not active, or Nova gets activated by Killmonger. It's time. Oh. Carnage the Epoch for Ultimate BM. That's too much BM. What pool do you play at? I'm in pool 2. I haven't unlocked everything yet. I'm in pool 2, approaching rank 70. That's a thick.
All systems go.
Very thick. This actually is pretty spicy. But you can only win at one location. That's what I thought. Okay, because America Chavez just goes mid. So in that case, I know that he's got a super thick Apocalypse, so the mistake would have been to reinforce Kamar-Taj or reinforce Stark Tower, because then you're only giving yourself a 50-50 chance of winning, because if they Apocalypse here, they win. If they Apocalypse here, they win. If you control the point that you're not controlling, you know that they have Apocalypse with only 2 cards in hand. So they got they can only apocalypse in one spot, and you have to swing the middle over to your side, and you win. Did they redesign the UI? No. It's just a little bit of OBS framework, which I was inspired by other streamers. Oh, I forgot the tweet. Specifically, I was watching Jeff Hoogland and decided to change the layout because I watched his stream on my phone and I was like, oh, I can actually see what's happening. And then I watched my stream of this on my phone and I couldn't see shit. So I couldn't read any of the cards. So I decided that like making it a little bit zoomed in is a bit better on the mobile experience for watching. Let's make Nova 3D too. Yo, it's still so 3D. Okay, so the reason that you make these cards like 3D or whatever is this is the progression model to unlock new cards. So you upgrade cards aesthetically, and then you get collection level points to add new cards to your collection. His nipples are on fire. He has belly button power too. Don't leave that out. Belly button power is very important as well. All right, so far this little experimental deck has been doing pretty good. I don't know how long that'll last. Free orifice is powerful. This is a little too spicy. Turns 3, 4, and 5, no cards can be added here. This is not a place you want Nova unless you're sure you're gonna get Killmonger. And we're not sure we're gonna get Killmonger, so gotta leave the options open. Okay, cards here are a little juicier. All our eggs in one basket, I guess. I don't know, dude. Hello. Hi. What up? Imagine passing turn 1 and turn 2 and still coming back and beating me. I don't really... Oh! I gotta play. Cards here with no abilities have +3 power. It's a bit early to do this. But I'm just gonna have to, so let's just get it over with. I can't wait for Nova value. That's a good morph. That's a pretty good morph. That's good value. Don't get too cocky, chat. Don't get too cocky. They have to run armor. That's fair. We're about to touche.
Opponent snapped.
Hold your horses there, my friend. Hold your horses. Okay? Let's all calm down a little bit. Hello, hipster doofus. Welcome to the 7 months of Prime. And thanks for priming. That was so beautiful. I had to be him emote. I had to, dude.
Oh,
You... Toxic. I don't care. They put emotes in this. All right. I hit them with what they hit. It's all fair in love and war. Okay. Now snap again. This is that. It's pretty good. but not good enough.
Victory.
That is pretty good. Close one. The reason I won that is because we tied the first location, we tied the second location, or sorry, we tied the third location, but I won the first location by 10, they won the second location by 9. So I actually won by 1 point. Thank you, KJ, for causing the deletion of the toxic command. It is now permanently gone. I guess you brought it into this world. You can take it out. That's fair. We're up to 68. I'll show you toxic. Chat, I'm back. I'm back to vibranium. We got this. We're climbing. This is the best snapping that we've done on stream, okay? I'm trying to savor this moment before it's taken away from me. And what up, Crichton, for 31 months? People clap and snap. The snap clap. Give a card in each player's hand +1 cost. Okay, so Warpath is now 5 instead of 4. At the start of turn 6, swap hands. Oh no. Please don't. Also, no fan. Fan is canceled. Ah, God, this is the worst Carnage. It's a really bad Carnage. This is so stinky. And I'm gonna give them a guaranteed Hulk. Sad Killmonger. I don't know. Ah! Ah! That's a retreat. This hand sucks. Let's just leave.
Escaped.
Tox, do you remember the Marvel's Hero game that was like an online Diablo game? No. I do not remember. I should not have Killmongered, I should have just Carnaged and left it at that. Okay, huge turn. Huge turn 1. And by huge, I mean just a Warpath, please. And or Naked Carnage. Naked Carnage. All by his lonesome. Vulture, man. Vulture is such a cool card that I don't have, and I'm mad. Whenever Vulture moves, he gets +5 power, so that's why Iron Fist punched him and just... He's already an 8 cost card. When a card moves here, give it +2 power. Jesus. We're gonna have some problems. Because Vulture's, like, gonna be feasting. He has a Moon Girl, too. On reveal, effects happen twice at this location. Again. Does Morph actually just morph twice? The good news is we do have an answer. So I got that going for me. You gotta morph. Very strong Carnage. Okay, as much as I want to wait to Shang-Chi a better target, I have initiative right now. And Vulture's just here, alright? And we're going hunting, so there might be something better to do. Like, I could Moon Girl and get 2 Shang-Chis. I don't know how good that is. Because then I have to catch Vulture. He might move before I assassinate him, because they want to move over here. I'm wondering if you ever Moon Girl double Iron Man, but I don't think that that's better than just assassinating Vulture before he can move. How do you know if you have initiative? Your name is glowing and theirs isn't. So your cards will reveal first. I don't actually want Camartage's effect to happen. This is too close of a game for me to... Okay, there's Devil Dino, who's only got 7 power, which isn't that crazy. And I know that they only have 1 Devil Dino. So do I try and cover a bunch of bases? Maybe. Instead of Iron Manning at all? Because what are the odds that they fill all this in with only 3 cards in hand? So I'll be winning Project Pegasus, I'll be winning Kunlun, I'll be winning Camartage. But not by a ton in the middle, so... I say let's just snap and see what happens. Okay, there you go.
Victory.
Give my cube back. Well, beating a move deck with Kunlun on the field is pretty sick. No! You stole my trump card! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well. Now what? Okay. I'll get Mantis. I deserve that. They just stole a card from the top of my deck, which is incredibly mean. Cable, steal me one back. No, they're stealing another one from the bottom of my deck. Oh, add a copy to another location. I honestly didn't even read that. I'm gonna be real. I did not read Sinister London. Is that stupid? Maybe. Let's go ham, Dogwater. Let's go ham. I don't have Shang-Chi, so you can just kind of do whatever you want. Blue Marble, ×2. And Morph, you're gonna get your Onslaught. Oh, you got Warpath. Okay, that's honestly a this is a pretty good board. I don't know though. Arg! Where's my energy? Wrong order. No, it's the right order. I don't want Carnage to eat Hulk, you silly. Just Warpath off to the side somewhere. Save the spot. What does Warpath do? He gets +4 power?
I am Iron Man.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, but not if there's nothing with it, so... I think you snap here. Like, they're gonna double Spectrum, but I'm gonna double Iron Man, double Onslaught.
Oh, snap.
And I'm hoping Iron Man goes left. If Iron Man goes left, then we're really in business.
Opponent snap.
Let's make it spicy. It's kind of all up to RNGesus at this point. What does snapping actually do? It makes someone in chat question what snapping does, typically.
I am Iron Man.
That's not where I wanted you to go. Good Shang-Chi. But I don't know if it's enough to win. It really depends on RNGesus, because Onslaught can just win us the game again. I'll explain after the game is over. It's still up to RNGesus. And I think they know that. Because if Onslaught goes left, we probably lose. If Onslaught goes right, we win. Is that easy? So it's gonna duplicate my Onslaught once he's played. So this is lose, this is win, 50-50. I'm willing to take those odds. That was so good for Wolfsbane. That's unbelievable. All right, I lose now. Jesus, dude, you really camouflaged Wolfsbane at the end? I'll take it. So Wolfsbane is on reveal +2 power for each other card you have here. And they use Scarlet Witch to replace this location with a random one. The random one is on reveal effects happen twice. So Wolfsbane got to proc 2 times. And become a +15, which is multiplied by 2 with Iron Man. So let's just I wanna do some math real quick and just find out what we would have actually been competing against. So we got 2, 5, that's 12. Wolfsbane would have been 6 + 1 + 1. They would have been 8. Okay, so it would have been 8, 10, 20. So they would have had 40 total. If Onslaught, however, went to the right, he doubles your ongoing effects at this location. So it would have doubled Iron Man. And I think we would have just won almost no matter what, because Iron Man's effect would have happened twice. We just got the 50-50 wrong. Onslaught went left, he should have gone right. Oh well. I think we still would have won even with Camouflage. Because of the shenanigans of onslaughting Iron Man. Very sad. After turn 3, shuffle your hand into your deck. Cards here have -2 power. Okay. Bucky having -2 power is actually irrelevant if we get Carnage. But just for simplicity, maybe you shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 3. All right, let's just get Lizard down mid. I'm allergic to getting Lizard down mid. If Onslaught had gone right, you would have had 68 power there if math is correct. I think you're right. Okay, we're gonna save Killmonger for now. I don't want a cable because I'm about to just save it. So I'm just gonna chuck Bucky mid and don't mind if I eat it. It's the only way. Okay, there will be nothing happening on the left because they said so. Well, there's Carnage, so. You played Cosmo in the wrong spot, my friend. Because I have a choice. I have to either, I know that they can't armor and I know they can't Cosmo, so there's really no rush on eliminating their monster. And I don't have a turn 5 play anyways. So we just want to keep them thinking that this is even, when really it's heavily in my favor because I can destroy theirs. So we're just going to get a cheeky little Carnage mid, Cable right, and start building up middle and right. And then go ahead and snap, because I think it's pretty good initiative from our part, if we're not even focusing left and they're setting up for something. that coffee. Mmm, delicious coffee. Maybe we'll have even more targets. Oh. Carnage was hungry. So now we got 8 power down in the Crochet, which is pretty good. Nova came up a little bit too late, and I don't have a Killmonger either. Now, that would have been nice to have to counter their Killmonger. Nova is nice because he works with your own Killmonger, and he gives you some benefit if they Killmonger. So, it's the best of both. I think now we have to go ahead and show our hand. Though, I don't really have a spot for Nova to go. So I kind of have to pass. Because if I fill this up, I need to just leave it open. I can't play mid, and playing left doesn't do anything. So holding it in hand feels stupid, but also probably is the right play. Stinky Hobgob. Stinky Hobgob. There is a fun interaction with Odin mid, because Odin will activate Carnage and Hobgob. Carnage would activate first and kill Hobgob, but if Hobgob activated first, it would actually... Odin would make Hobgoblin fly back to my opponent's side, which is hilarious. So that's one option. And I can also just activate Carnage again to get rid of it, but I'm only winning by 10 on Monster Island. So it's a bit spicy here. I feel like I'm at a big disadvantage, and we're playing for 4 cubes. Because they have 4 cards in hand, and I can only play on one side, so it's kind of like stinky no matter what. Like, all they need to really do is play something right, and I lose.
Opponent snapped.
I'm just gonna retreat with 2 cubes, because I don't think I'm winning with only 1 play.
Escaped.
They could have won 4 cubes. I would have stayed for 4, but I'm not gonna stay for 8. And the reason is, if you're losing in 2 sides and you can only play 1 card, and they only have to play 1 that has 10 power, that's not that hard to do. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and bail. Take my 2 cubes, and be on my way. Still don't know if snapping has any... Did you guys not... I saw somebody answer the question. Alright, snapping determines how many points I make towards the next rank or falling back towards the previous rank. So the number in the cube is how many points towards or away from the next rank. Turn 1, plus 5 energy this turn. I don't like playing Hulk turn 1, but that's exactly what we're gonna do. This is why he's in here. This is literally what he's here for. And if they snipe him with Shang-Chi, then... go for it. I hate that card. Well, there's a Bar Sinister here. When you play a card here, fill this location with copies of it. Carnage for the memes? Carnage for the memes. After turn 4, whoever's winning here draws 2. Damn, I don't have a play except Nova, I guess. Gotta keep Bar Sinister open for now. It's too spicy. Fill it with Iron Man. But then what happens if they Shang-Chi that? Okay, so right now Killmonger is pretty good. And I don't think it's too early, because I don't really... The only other play that I have is Warpath, which I guess that's fine. We still have a turn 5 and a turn 6 to go. Okay, they're revealing whatever the heck it is they're gonna do. So that's gonna be just under Shang-Chi kill range, so it's pretty good. Just morph mid. They'll never see it coming, chat. What the hell happens if you Bucky Barnes Carnage mid? Does it double Bucky? And then Carnage eats both of them? I don't know what happens here because I only need a few points for this to work. He's gonna eat Hulk. It's too much. Too much spice. Morph mid. They have 4 cards in hand. What could it... Just morph mid, chat. I'm out of time. I'm out of time! Morph mid! All in! That's not an ongoing effect. That was bad, chat. Not good. We lose now.
Opponent snapped.
Take your 1 cube. You could have had 2 cubes. But no, you only get 1. I would stick around for 1 cube. You guys gotta start snapping before the final turn. Now you gotta play a whole nother game. I'm willing to part with 2 for science. Morph betrayed us.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, that's exactly... Well, be careful what you wish for, I guess. Careful what you wish for. Take this.
Avengers!
I like that cap skin. Are there any of the card games that have the win 2 out of 3 locations? Not that I know of. Ant-Man. That was bad value. Morph, I need better, okay? I require more from you. If I Carnage, I can't use Bucky at all. Is Artifact the thing anymore? No. It's not. Artifact is a thing that existed and now does not. Ooh, a spicy claw. And there's Bucky. Okay, I can Bucky left in Carnage, and then Colossus doesn't actually get destroyed if I care about the Ant-Man value at all, which I don't, because Killmonger's gonna come out. So realistically, we're playing like really off curve here, but Bucky now, set up. I'm gonna draw America Chavez. Give them some time for Killmonger to become more valuable to me. Playing off curve is fun. It's still, like, not a bad play. Damn, I can't Claw and Hulk. I'm just off mana curve. But they have Mantis, Ant-Man, and possibly more. Artifact is an artifact. I don't like this at all, chat, so don't copy me, okay? Don't copy my homework. I'm sorry, Ant-Man. You deserved better. I'm expecting them to claw left. And I don't like... I think we actually claw mid. Spicy. Okay, that's not what I expected at all. Ow. But I'll take it. All right, I think we're in a pretty good spot here, actually. Only they have initiative. Damn, they do have initiative. So, best case scenario for them, they get, what, like a Wolfsbane off? I still have to snap. I still have to snap. I mean, this is the only play. But yeah, Artifact went through some dev hell, for sure. 7. Very powerful. Very spooky. But is it Mr. Fantastic? It's enough. GG. I never thought I'd lose to a 7-power Devil Dino, but here we are. Feels bad, man. Chat, we climbed so high. We went back to 6. We climbed from 66 to 68, and now back to 66 on some bad snaps. But it's okay because we have 3D morph. Beaten by a medium-sized dinosaur. The real issue there was just like a series of conditional cards that I had in my hand, and I was never playing the actual amount of energy that I had, so I was always playing one turn behind. Which is one of the problems with this deck. So when you, like, I have a Killmonger and I have a Shang-Chi. Just can't play them because what if? What if I need them? And so I have a bunch of cards that stay dead, so I think that's the biggest issue I'm having with this deck so far. Well, Killmonger might be useful here. Hello. Add a random card to each player's hand. Mine is Galactus. If this is your only card here, destroy all other locations. I don't understand how this works exactly, but it sounds amazing. Snap and play right. Yeah, but if they... Okay, but he only has 3 power. Right? So if you just lose the right location, then you just lose the whole game. I don't understand how to make him work. Yes, exactly. Bucky doesn't do anything right now, so we're just gonna cable and get some. See, like I already lose to Angela, so I can't Galactus because I can't predict where they're gonna play. Angela's Folly, it is your bad. Alright, Okoye just made their deck +1 power. Is Okoye 1 or 2 cost? 2 costs. Do it on the left side now. But it has to be your only card at the location. I have cards at these locations. I'd have to play it right, and I'm already losing right. So it's fairly redundant at this point. Why do I have their Khazar Weenie build? So Shang-Chi's probably not gonna do anything here. I think we just go ahead and get... Do we have a turn 5? We have Iron Man. And then I'm gonna have Marvel. What's Agent 13 do? Adds a random card to your hand.
Oh, snap.
Alright, that's a snap. If you lose, you lose. The reason that it's a snap is because we're not even playing for the right. Not even a little bit. And I want to Nova, but Carnage Killmonger is better. That's fine. Goodbye, weenies. And that is a GG. No, don't. No, I'm not gonna destroy the locations that I'm winning at. No snap? I did snap. They have to snap back for it to go higher. Coward! You don't understand how it works, so you must do it for science. That is indeed correct, Avi. When you play a card here, destroy it. Oh. Chat, this is juicy, dude. We're gonna just preemptively snap. Actually, it's not good to preemptively snap, but that is juicy. That's a lot of energy this turn. Warpath is bad here, unfortunately. I think just Warpath and let it sit. So Warpath, if he's alone, will get +4 power, but there's, like, I have to play 4 more turns worth of cards, so the odds of me leaving him alone are very slim. Oh. Well. I guess I won't be getting the free Bucky into Winter Soldier that I wanted with everything. Okay. I can still Nova Carnage. Is a bit early, but and I'd like to have more cards there, but I don't think I can win Mojo World now. Oh yeah, I can't Carnage because it's gonna do it. It's gonna eat Bucky twice. It is gonna eat Bucky twice. Oh no. Oh no. This is so sad. It might be worth. We'll just see. We'll just see what happens. Strong Guy. SpongeBob Strong Guy. And Apocalypse. Alright. They have 1 card in hand, and it's guaranteed Apocalypse. So they're gonna have a thick boy. What they don't know is that I have their Swarm. So now it actually is worth it to Carnage, because I get the Nova, I get the Swarm, I get powered up swarms from Nova. They go to free 4-cost cards. It's pretty sweet. It's gonna eat the Bucky. Let's make it spicy, chat. Let's make it spicy. Swarm is when you discard, not destroy. You're right. You are right. Eat him again. boy, do I wish I didn't snap. Intimidation tactics. That's a good group. Oh my god, he gets it twice. If you are him, you have to play Apocalypse here, and you win the game. And if I counter with Shang-Chi, I lose the game. So it's like the safest play by far. If he reinforces here, that's the only way I win, and it's a bad play.
Escaped.
4 cubes is better than 8. Remember when I said this was the best day of Snap ever, chat? We're about to turn it around. And we're going to do that by reading the cards, instead of assuming that you're going to get 2 free swarms when you have to discard it, not destroy it, even though they both start with the letter D. I don't know what's worse, the toxic question mark chatters from RimWorld or the snap question mark chatters from Marvel Snap, because at this point, like, I honestly can't tell who's memeing and who's not memeing anymore. It's lost on me. Some of you were earnest and some of you were not. When you play a card here, add a copy to your hands. I would love a copy of Ironheart, but I'll take a copy of Lizard and Nova instead. Can you snap your toxic waste? Okay, so they have duplicates of Warpath, and we have a full hand. Big hand. Duplicating Ironheart is pretty good here. And then chuck down a Nova with Cable and just hope for the best. Hi, I'm new here. I never meme. They just stole a copy of my Hulk, and my hand is now full. So, but chat, what if we simply... It's turn... Bro, it's turn 5, and these plays are kind of garbage. Like, it's about to be turn 6. I became the Watcher. They have 7 cards in hand. That was an awful morph. We have to pray, chat. We have to pray. I'm just not gonna snap. I'm winning at 2 locations already, so they have to put at least 3 there, at least 4 there. So you just go for cloning. I should have snapped.
Victory.
Should have snapped. All right, climb fast. Go. You forgot they had a Hulk. No, I knew they had a Hulk. They can only win 1 location. Were you trying to Avengers quote me? That wasn't even the quote. Flatline says, more Bezos bucks. Hello, Flatline. And Mexidancer, hello. Thanks for 54 months. Appreciate each one of you. This is a very sad turn 1. Just dodging. Oh. It's a windy deck. Good. By the way, Tux, love the layout for this game. Good work. Hey, Yumitsu, hopefully it's just a little bit more watchable on phone than it was before. Mobile. No! Dude! Ah! They discarded my 1 tech against 1 cost power. Holy shit. What just happened? Dude, what just happened? What the hell just happened? What did they discard? Did anyone see what they discarded? I distracted him. You did, yes. This is a turn 3 pass. Thank you. I didn't have any way to activate that. Would I rather give them their Blue Marvel or the Iron Man back, is the question, huh? Like, I'm not even playing on Project Pegasus. No. No. Well, Iron Man does not win for them here, so... I think you just Blue Marvel here because you get more value out of it. And then... I don't know, it depends on what they play. Like, Iron Man might be what wins them this side, and there's nothing I can do about it. What do they have? They have 2 cards in hand. I'm not snapping yet. They have 0 cards in hand. They're gonna trade me 0 cards, and they're gonna Iron Man the right. Ugh. I need to have something that's 7. I need to draw top deck something that's... Wait, it's America Chavez. Always on time. Always on time. But what did they draw?
Oh, snap.
Hold. I love snapping, dude. I love snapping, dude. 0 value from Morph the last few games? Yeah, but he's hilarious. But you're right. There has been 0 Morph value. You're not wrong. Good play. Good play. GG. Did I give them Shang-Chi or did they top deck Shang-Chi? I don't remember. Is that mine? Initiative just screwed me over. Because if they had initiative, they would have flipped Shang-Chi first and my America Chavez would live. So sad. All right, are we gonna change? Are we getting more foul? It's time to make some changes. We've gotten some good experience with this deck now. Morph has not been getting the value I want. He is RNGesus incarnate. This deck doesn't really benefit from Wolfsbane because I rarely have cards down because I only have turn 1. And I destroy them with Carnage anyway, so it's not great. Mr. Fantastic is just always good, I guess. There is like a little bit of hilarity with Doctor Strange. Because if you get like a turn 1 +5 energy and you throw down Hulk, you show them that you're planning on playing left and then you Doctor Strange move Hulk to a different lane, which is kind of funny. That would also work for Warpath and Lizard. And maybe a beefed up Carnage or Bucky. So that has value, just changing the dynamic. No, not you. I have thought about putting Cosmo in. The reason I haven't put Cosmo in to block on reveal abilities is because I have so many of them. Not you. Like I have Cable, I have Carnage that has to eat, Killmonger that has to activate, Shang-Chi that has to destroy. I guess it's not that many. We can play with some Strange and see how it goes. Because I just need another 3 cost. Maybe some movement is good. I need credits. Why Cable? Cable because Project Pegasus is the hot zone, gives so much energy that having more cards is better than not having enough cards. So getting an option from your opponent to just have another card to play is good, because your hand is usually draining fast when you have too much energy to spend. So, I was also running a version of this. This was my other attempt at event deck, and it wasn't going so well, but it was fun. When it worked. Get some Devil Dino. Turn 1 Hobgob is pretty funny. Oh, if only we could see it. My bad. Switch scenes. Professor X and Infinite are good for this location. Yeah, there's some good Professor X cheese. I haven't unlocked Infinite yet. So I focus on destroying him. I saw a ton of Infinite last night, and I don't see any Infinite now. But yeah, Professor X cheese is always fun. Let's try the version with Doctor Strange and see where that goes. Oh wait, I didn't update the deck art. Oh no. The top right is lying to you. Well, this is exactly what we planned for, isn't it? This is exactly... Let's see if we can make this work now, because we get turn 1 Hulk and turn 3 Doctor Strange to move him where we want. I stopped putting Cosmo in my decks because I can't figure out how the turn order is determined. Well, you both reveal at the same time, but your glowing portrait means you have initiative. And it's determined by who controls the most locations. So if you control the most locations, then you keep initiative. And if both have a control point, I don't know if it's random or if it's just who's controlling it by the most power. I'm not sure. They also just got a copy of Iron Man, I think. Turn 4, swap the position of each location. When you play a card here, add a copy to your hand. I don't know if that's good. I guess it's good to have options. Let's just... Hulk is just going for a ride, okay? He's getting on the roller coaster. Who knows where he's gonna end up? Pew. That's way too much power on cloning vats. Okay, my choices are get a Bucky Carnage, which I think is solid. And then compete on the left or the mid. Right now they have more points mid because of Fantastic, so let's compete here instead of left. Okay, so they're gonna have a dino. There will be a dino. Dino, and they have Iron Man, which is interesting. Chad, this is some mind games. I have so many choices. I can either Iron Man right and feint like I'm locking right in, and then Doctor Strange to move Hulk somewhere else. is pretty good. Alternatively, I can Iron Man left and keep my Hulk options open over there. I don't know. There's like that's a really weird play. I think this is probably the best one because it fits their expectations.
I am Iron Man.
So now I'm winning the right by 40.
Iron Man.
Oh, they just got a second Iron Man, but I don't think that that's good. They have 7 cards in hand, so Devil Dino is what, 3 plus 12? That'd be 15? So Devil Dino mid doesn't win, I win, I believe.
Snap.
So this is where Doctor Strange is kind of a hilarious. Goodbye. How would you...
Victory.
Maybe he just remembers that I have Doctor Strange? I guess. Gib Cube. That was a lot of work for 1 cube. We need more power on the right. I think we had plenty of power on the right. Oh, I need to change the deck list. I need to change the deck list. I'll change it after this game. Xanos. This is a big power turn. Big power turn. But the question is, what to do with it? Do you play Iron Man turn 1 and just be like, yep, that's me? I don't think so. I think you Warpath, Bucky, and that's it. Interesting. I almost flipped those around. Well, well, well. If it isn't my friend, the Infinite.
Opponent snapped.
I think you just go ahead and Killmonger now and just take control of Project Pegasus just to play on curve. This could be a really good morph. Oh no. Now I have to play it early. And of course I draw Nova after that. Look at that value morph. Yeah, but there's a rule of morph. Morph only works for your opponent. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. Gotta set up for Hulk, because the only thing that beats Infinite here is a Hulk. Because they will have to... Well, actually, Sunspot wins still.
I am.
Because Sunspot will go up +5, right? Or, yeah, he'll go up to 6. So they'll have 27 and I'll have 24, and it's all very sad. If I had anything to buff Bucky, that would be amazing. Can I get more than 12 points? No. So I have to leave. I gotta go, because this is only gonna be 24. And then they can Infinite anywhere. They could also Infinite mid, and that would also win. So I gotta leave.
Escaped.
Why is there no Pot of Greed? What about the right side? This is Professor X. That's what this giant wavy line is. You can't play there. So we got that out on turn 2 with the +5 energy, which is one of the like the little tactics that you can do. You can do like a Professor X gamble cheese at the beginning of the game to try and lock down a spot. And that's also why having some cards that affect other lanes other than your own are good. So, for example, if I had a Mr. Fantastic, I could have won on the right. If their morph didn't copy my Hulk, I could have saved my Shang-Chi. That would have been pretty spicy too. If I... There's a bunch of what ifs, but Claw also would be an answer to that. Claw can project power one lane over to the right, and I can never find... There he is. Yeah, Claw still works with Professor X locking down a location, so there's ways around it. You just have to have those cards in your hand. I'm thinking, losing one game doesn't mean that I automatically... I'm just gonna like print screen this and let's make another image. I also find, just in general, that I break even during the event locations, regardless of what they are. Like, this one doesn't feel particularly broken towards one certain specific deck. Also, sorry, you guys have the wrong thing right now. But I always feel like I sort of break even on rank during these, and then once they go away, I go back to my move deck and I start climbing the ladder. Wait. Oh yeah, that's the correct one. Hold on, opponent. Whoops. There we go. Hello. It's me. On turn 5, all cards must be played here, okay? These are gonna be some interesting killmongers. Okay. What is Nova for, then? Why do we have Nova in deck, if not to destroy? Armor will prevent them from being destroyed now, I guess. Okay. Sure. +5 energy this turn, the big turn. I say Bucky right. We have to Iron Man somewhere, which is basically as good as showing our hand. So I'm gonna Iron Man mid and hope that they don't play too much against Lizard. Oh shit! It's okay, it's still worth 4 points, even if they fill it up. It's fine, chat. Angry. Bonk, bonk. Can't destroy. I don't know what to do. I cannot destroy anything there. This hand sucks now. I'm very confused by everything that I'm seeing. What if we just... Doctor Strange Lizard to the right? That's also bad. Doctor Stranging Lizard to the left is also bad. We're just leaving Iron Man high and dry. I can put Doctor Strange down, and he doesn't do anything. So that's a great play. He did not have a turn 4 play, and now on turn 5, cards are just 1 more expensive. God, these are some bad drops now. Like, we're talking really bad. And on turn 5, all cards must be played here, so... We're just straight up not having a good time. Bonk, bonk. They made Lizard stronger, but they made Iron Man weaker. I'm winning by 1 on the right. So that's like, I feel like we're winning this one, chat. I feel like we got this in the bag. I just need to intimidate them into leaving.
Escaped.
Where are we? Getting our asses. We went from like dominating every game to getting our asses kicked. I would rather have gone the other way around today, to be honest. How come also, did you... Have we streamed this game? Yeah, I guess we did the move deck yesterday. I was gonna say, have we streamed this game yet without a, an event deck? But I guess we got to play 1 day of move. We actually ranked up. If you snap long enough, you'll eventually end the stream on a 5-game win streak. It's true. I've ranked... We were stuck at rank 40 or 50, and now we're almost rank 70. It's just like the ebb and flow has not been kind. Like, this is definitely a snap. Okay, so after turn 3, a random card is going to get added there. Also, we have +5 energy this turn. So, after turn 5, give all cards here +2 power. Warpath is going to become 9 power. He'll be a target for Shang-Chi Assassination, but this is still too good. We just get all of our value at once. We get a card from Cable. We get Bucky Barnes value. We get Nova value. It's not a lot of value, but it's there. Okay, so what's good? Ah, Vulture's coming to play. I see. And they're gonna move him right back. Now all I have to do is shoot him out of the sky. Okay. Jane, Thor. Well, we're definitely winning left unless Vulture goes all the way over there. Draw all 0-cost cards in your deck. That's a nice drop. So what's fun about the Vulture is if he stays there, he's weaker, right? So the easiest place for Vulture to move right now is mid, and also power up Kraven. So we want to vacate mid. And I'd love to do that by dragging Warpath over with Doctor Strange, but that'll actually backfire spectacularly. So I actually can't do that. And it's almost turn 5, so we're about to get +2s, and we just have to hope that we top deck the thing that kills Vulture, because he's just gonna become OP in a second. Alright, there's Cloak. Cloak lets you move the Vulture and just have a super-powered Vulture. So we basically just leave everything alone now. I have initiative, which is not good. That Vulture's gonna be 18 power by himself. But if I do this, I make Warpath weaker, but maybe that's for the best. Like, I have to move 2 cards there just to match Vulture. I'd have to match Carnage, Jane Thor, and then we have 10, 13, 22, 30. I have 30 and they have 29. It's really bad. So we pretty much just have to stay left. Play Lizard. Depends on if they have Heimdall. I don't know. Lizard sucks here. So does Killmonger. right, Warpath is dead, so now I should have weakened him.
All systems go.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm drawing America Chavez. Final turn. So, we just see what happens. They can't... I'm surprised they didn't move Vulture. They just want to protect that side, so... It's either they... There's a high probability that they just have Heimdall. And if they have Heimdall... They probably play Heimdall mid, and then win. It was Devil Dino. I didn't have a better play. I wasn't expecting Devil Dinosaur in this deck. It seems like an odd addition. Like 5/7 is what it's coming out as, because in a move deck, I got beat by a move deck that is a bit odd. But no, I'm definitely not getting sniped unless you think that there's only 700 people playing Snap in the world right now. So that is extremely unlikely. Even I'm not that egotistical. All right, I want to switch and try this one because I would like to win a couple games, and there's no guarantees, but let's just change decks real quick. Chat, the first hour was fantastic. This last hour has been pretty awful. But I feel like that's the way it's been going. Like, all of my best work is off stream. That's when I rank up. When you're watching me, I think that that's the issue, is you guys are bad luck. I'm just saying. Like, off stream, I come back, and I'm like 8 ranks higher. I streamed this for 2 hours, and I'm like 1 rank lower than I was before. What's up with that? I'm closing my eyes now so you can win. Thank you. Okay, let's try this one. He cheats off stream. Girlfriend wins games on his phone for him. The one time that I switch away from Killmonger and Carnage, I get the squirrel location. This sounds about right. Literally the one time. What does Agent and Hob do? Agent gives you a random card, so it can be pretty powerful. No storm for you, by the way. And then Hob flies to their side of the board as a -8 if there's space on reveal. Okay. See, Kunlun is really good for move decks, but Central Park Squirrels are really bad for move decks. And what I'm trying to do is just space out. Okay, they don't have any turn 1 or turn 2 plays. And they don't have their Shang-Chi either. Lots of Shang-Chi going on in this meta. Okay, see, this is a different beast now. I know they don't have Shang-Chi, and I know I have Devil Dino. So, it's time to get a juicy Devil Dino. Or just don't reveal your intentions. This is a good Wolfsbane somewhere. I think I'm gonna get Devil Dino out because people have been morphing. And then I'm gonna morph. I'm gonna morph, chat. But what if I just Sentineled instead? No, let's just get a weak Devil Dino. And then morph. Good luck. Roar. +2 for each card in your hand. What do you got? Warpath is...
Victory.
You chose poorly, Professor X. The Professor X to lock down Central Park, to which I Devil Dino'd and then he retreated. That's fair. I don't even know what the other card was! You retreated so fast that the game isn't even gonna tell me what that is. Give me my 1 cube so I can fall down the ladder again. It was a good try. I respect the attempt. Sunspot deck. Chat, do we have, yeah, I have Shang-Chi in this. Okay, Sunspot deck equals Infinite. It's basically a dead giveaway, but after turn 3, shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 3 cards. Okay, that's actually probably good for us, because I need Shang-Chi. Okay, sorry, that one. Well, now Aw. Hail Mary, dude. Let's do it. I hope it's in your hand. Big morph. Big morph.
Wind, aid my hand.
Huge morph value. Huge morph value. Oh my god. I mean, you gotta, right? You gotta. Like, they can Shang-Chi it, but, like, I'm gonna take whatever their top card is now. It's Infinite. All I have to do is Infinite Nexus and win. So I have to pass. They have to pass. So to play Infinite, you can't play a card the turn before. And it costs 6, so you have to pass turn 5, which they're going to do. I hope you've realized what's happening by now. I am so confused. I'll take my 4 cubes. Why would you Jubilee there when you passed the last turn? Just to try to make Sunspot as big as possible? They were looking for Shang-Chi. I don't have Jubilee yet. Does it take a card from your deck or from your hand? And put it on the field. Oh, it takes it from your deck. Oh, so they were fishing for a miracle Shang-Chi from deck. Flip it over, kill both of mine. Okay, that would have been spicy. Speaking of spicy. Chat, choose. 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 If you were a Professor X meme deck, are you going to go on the first spot or the third spot? Because nobody goes mid. You either go first or third. Chat says mid. Why do you say mid? You really think you go Professor X mid? This one for sure. Yes! 8-ball corner pocket. Oh my god. If I lose this, then just honestly GG, because if I somehow still lose. Let's keep a little balance. Because I can't go all in on Lizard. I thought they would start playing mid, but no.
Wind, aid my hand.
These hands are kind of stinky, though. I I think the only thing that really, like, wins for them... I think I just start building up mid. Because I can't let them Shang-Chi me too early. They're hoping for a prayer, chat. Are they gonna Odin mid?
Opponent snapped.
You gonna Odin mid? But they still need, like, 2? Snapped. Snapped. Okay, we gotta keep... We can't just Hulk on top of this. Hulking on top of this is bad. So my next best play is probably just White Queen. Claw is also good. Yeah, Claw is also good. You know what? That's just well played. Claw is also good. I'll take it. They somehow brought that back after the Hobgob. Feels bad, man. I think that they're specifically running Claw just for that occasion, basically. I demand a rematch, though. I'm gonna Yondu first. Alright, just give... What do I even want? What did I destroy, chat? I didn't even look. Oh, Yondu just killed Yondu? Oh. Alright, there's our Shang-Chi. Fancy Electra skin. Not a good Wolfsbane at all. Wolfsbane has been a dead card in this deck, to be honest. I just don't know how to make it work without more weenies to feed off, but I already have a decent number of weenies. I have Agent Yondu Cable Sentinel Lizard before we even get to Wolfsbane, but I can't keep the cards alive. Very bold. Not good. Not what you want to see. Okay. I feel like that's better than mine, with one exception. God, I hate trying to play on curve. Chad, do we try and play on curve right now? I think we do. This feels bad, but I'm just gonna go for it because it's good value. It does help their other cards out. Okay, turn 5 and turn 6. Hobgoblin doesn't count as moving, right? Because it stays at Fisk Tower, it just goes to the opposite side. This is a science. This is for science. Let's see. Okay, we dodged Gamora, which is actually a big deal. Dodging Gamora is huge. The problem now is that it's really a 50-50. It's really a 50-50. I'm winning by 11 on the left. Are they going to reinforce Jessica Jones or are they going to reinforce X Mansion? That is the question. See, if I were the other player, I would play on X Mansion because I'm only down by 4. Or I would try and tilt Fisk Tower if I could, which is better. Like, I guess a Hulk just wins. Good luck. You want me to morph? Chat, I'm gonna morph. What was...
I am Iron Man.
I should have morphed mid! Why didn't I morph mid? I would have won! Alright, we gotta, like, bring this back around. We're having... there's a fun to actually just losing ratio, and we're starting to run out of fun, and we're just losing at this point. Should have hulked plus morphed? Yes, if I had 9 mana, I would just play my 2 strongest cards. That would be ideal. I'm new here. That's good, JFJ, because you're already fitting right in, because you're making suggestions for a game you don't understand, which is the first ingredient necessary in being a Jeff, which is part of this community. So, good job. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. All right, Hobgoblin's gonna fly to their side as a -8. And then we're just gonna Liz mid. Lizard is not very good here now. Morph! Shang-Chi! Cards here have -3 power. Oh god. Oh no, they're gonna make Hobgoblin stronger. Guess what? I can morph too! But I'm already winning there, so I can morph here too.
Enchantress.
Not very good. Okay, they brought that back to even. They know I have Shang-Chi. You died standing rather than lived kneeling. What did I get morphed? Oh, I morphed their Enchantress. Yeah, this is a big L. Big L. Or is it? Maybe the best Shang-Chi they've ever seen. Give me... I don't want to bet more. I can't believe we won. I was just... lose 8 cubes, win 2. We're doing great, chat. We're doing great. That's huge win. 2 cubes. Oh my god. I'm rich. All right, I gotta at least pull it back to rank 66 so we can say we broke even. Or wherever we're at. What does Shang-Chi do? Kills any card on the opponent's side that is 9 or higher power. Is this sponsored? Certainly not by you. Second time chatter, but following since July of 2021. silly free-to-play watcher. Enjoy your ad-supported stream. Save Hulk. I got a morph, chat. Cable is their highest cost card. Okay, this is very strange. What is in your hand? A lot of nothing. I know that Moon Girl doesn't have a Devil Dino to go with it. You can't play cards here after turn 4. Chat. There are turn 4, 5, 6. You're gonna draw 3 cards. If I do both cables, damn, I could almost take more. I could almost prevent them from drawing a card turn 6, which is kind of hilarious, but I don't think I can. There's the cable. How did I get cable twice when they have, I guess, they have 7 cards in their hand. Their highest cost card was 2. I know they can't, well, here we go. Well, I know there's no Shang-Chi. I know there's no Iron Man. What are they gonna get from me, though? This is a pretty fantastic Devil Dinosaur. And I'm winning here. So Hobgoblin is just too memey right now. Devil Dino literally can't... They could have drawn my Shang-Chi. That's not impossible. There's only 2 cards left in deck. That is possible. But if they play it right now, it doesn't really do anything. I actually think we get Iron Man out just to threaten doubling up there.
I am Iron Man.
There's no way they have 2 Devil Dinos. Because when they Moon Girled earlier, I had already stolen their top cost card with White Queen, and I didn't get it. So I really don't think it's that. However, just to play both sides of the fence here, we're gonna get a 6 value out of Sentinel and assassinate the Devil Dino. Just to play both sides. Because if he Devil Dinos here, he loses. If he Devil Dinos here, he loses. I don't think he has a second one. And Iron Man gives us a lot of reach. Didn't play anything big there. They did get my Shang-Chi. They did.
Victory.
And if I had Devil Dino'd mid, I would have lost. So, it's a pretty good play. Again. They need to implement a math counter like in Legends of Runeterra, so we don't have to calculate stuff. You having to calculate stuff on a timer is literally part of the game, though, because you have to make risks and go with gut feelings. And that's especially true because how the hell are you going to make a calculator for a move deck that has Heimdall? Because you don't know what they're going to play. The difference between this game and Runeterra, I assume in Runeterra you don't do simultaneous play. I don't know if White Queen is good turn 1. I don't care, just get the Hulk out. That's what he's here for. Okay. Ah! Hulk in Washington, D.C. is strong! Very strong. Do we want a random card or a Sentinel? I think just take the Sentinel now. Take the Sentinel now. Bro, I still had half my timer left. Relax. After turn 4, move all the cards one to the right. Okay. See, now I want to get some Yondu value. And some Sentinel value. Uh-oh. That's a good... You just got another White Queen. You White Queened into White Queen, but that's just good morph value. Yes, but what is your best card, I wonder? They just got a Wolfsbane, which might be good, and I get an Enchantress. Okay, so do not play Devil Dino, is the moral of this story. Devil Dino bad. Oof. Oof. On turn 5, cards cost 1 more is very sad. We don't really have a good play. But yeah, simultaneous play makes it basically impossible to calculate because they have played cards and I have played cards. And we don't know what the cards are on anyone's side. Like, how do you calculate a Hobgoblin who goes to the opponent's side when they might have filled in their side and it's stuck on your side? It would just give inaccurate estimates. That's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. See, you say retreat. I say. How much is Devil Dino worth? 3 plus 12 is 15. This is stinky, chat. They only have to play 2 mid and they win. Let's just stick around. Heimdall plus Bifrost seems nuts. Yeah, because it moves your cards right and then you Heimdall everything back left. Shang-Chi would have been nice. Yeah, but I have America Chavez in this deck, so it's just going to come up. That's 1. That's more than 1. Yeah, I forgot they had Wolfsbane. And they protected Infinite anyways, even if I had top-decked Shang-Chi, so, 2 cubes. What is the 20 card on the top left? It's Infinite. You have to... They got it with Jubilee, which is pretty strong. But you have to pass an entire turn to play it. And Jubilee is 4 cost, 1 power. Play a card from your deck at this location. So it can help you dig. Alright, last game. Maybe. Last game, possibly. Kappa. I will say this deck is very inconsistent. I haven't found anything that just works because I don't have Infinite. I think Infinite is really good for this location hot zone. And that happened to me last time too, where the hot zone combo that was good, I didn't have all the cards that everybody else did. Wah. Wah. Morph doesn't care about your stupid scorpion. They made Hobgob better. They sure did. They sure did. Well, that's not bad. Don't mind that at all. Hello, goodbye. Okay, so they're gonna be 2 behind on this location. Turn 5 cards are more expensive. I hate playing on curve. And we have to ignore the big house and just go right. So Jessica Jones is gonna become +4 for not playing a card there. It's a good play, but they have to power it up with something else to win mid. Do cards fight at all in this? No. It's all about controlling 2 out of 3 locations with the most points. Well, this is something, chat. This is something, isn't it? I think this is a 50-50. No matter what you do.
Opponent snapped.
Is this a 50-50? The only way it's not a 50-50 is if they're running Claw. If they're running Claw, then they're probably doing good. But what are the odds that they're running Claw? Run Shang-Chi right, run Big House left, and let's see what happens. 50-50! Oh! That isn't good enough to win! Yes, it is! Yes, it is! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, that felt good. Because we tied on the left. That Sentinel was there just to try to tie Ant-Man Cable. I won by 1 point. That was like a soccer score. We're back to 66, chat. We made it. All right, one more. And one more. Okay, one more. Someone says just have drops. Are there even Marvel Snap drops? Does that exist? Or do people just randomly I don't know. Drops, question mark? What happens if you tie with equal points, then you just tie? Chat's giving out drops. Chat, what kind of drops you got? Lemon drops? That's a Hulk. That's a little spicy. Baron Mordo. Your opponent draws a card, set its cost to 6. And we know that they have a Hulk. And I'm just gonna go ahead and Wolfsbane on the left. Why are they passing turn 2 and 3? I'm a little concerned. Necrosha is a bit spicy. This is a Sunspot, if you Devil Dinosaur left, you're still winning by 5. If they assassinate it. Pretty good. Warpath makes that nice. I'm surprised it didn't snap, though. That's why I like Warpath. I think Warpath doesn't work well in a Professor X deck, though. Maybe that's why they passed. Because they had cards, but they didn't want to play them. See, if I had done that... in hindsight, I should have waited because I had Shang-Chi, but they also played Armor, so I wouldn't have been able to counter-destroy them anyways. Is this the same person? Colossus can be destroyed, it turns out. Lizard. We'll go Lizard right. I'm not sure how I feel. I haven't seen the Professor X enough to specifically try and tech against it. If I see it another couple times, I might. Because it's weird watching, I'm watching the meta of this location shift in real time. The best techs against it would be Claw, and maybe a Mr. Fantastic. Out of curiosity, is there a reason you prefer Yondu over Korg or Iceman? I do think Iceman's good. The reason I like Yondu is because you get to see what kind of deck they're running from turn 1. And it gives you intel and information. Iceman, you don't know. Rock, you don't know. And it could... like, Rock can push one card back, but Yondu can straight up eliminate a card, which is roughly the same either way, but... not a bad no more. If Armor's revealed second, does it block Shang-Chi? No. Like, if Armor is... if the other person has initiative, they would get to fight first, basically. They would get to... Shang-Chi would get to win first. So this is actually, like, Armor's over there. There might be a better target to Shang-Chi, but this is just a good swing. I could wait and just get a chill White Queen. And see what their most powerful card is. If they White Queen, they will get another Spectrum. Alright, that was a pretty good White Queen. So now we got Devil Dino. And Devil Dino is extremely safe and protected here. The trick is, do we care? Maybe we just leave that as a threat. And just go ahead and Shang-Chi now. Spectrum does buff my Namor and my Lizard, for whatever that's worth. But I don't know if that's worth much. There's actually like a bunch of possibly good plays here. I don't know. I had to just go with gut. I want them to think that I'm playing for the right when really I'm playing for the left. All right, this might work out perfectly. Now, I can only play one card or else Devil Dino's not going to tie. So I have to be winning on the right, winning mid, and then I just Shang-Chi left, and that is the only play. Their best play is... I don't even know what, dude.
Oh, snap.
Okay. I don't know what.
Victory.
Play Rock. No. No. I refuse. Okay, we've definitely been winning a little bit more with this deck than the other one. A little bit more. Oh yeah, I could still play Sentinel, you're right. Plus 5 energy this turn. Guess what, Professor X? I don't want to see your stupid face. Don't you dare, Professor X, right. Okay, that was a wash. but now it's a little bit more full than it was before. Cards here have -1 power. Let's just throw Sentinel down and get a copy. And then morph. Only one card can be played here each turn. Well. Oh, per player. That's the most dangerous morph I've ever seen. Or is it? That's so weird. Only one card can be here, but there are two. So I'm basically winning there already.
Snap.
Morphing mid is fine. Like, I'm... Space Throne, I'm already winning. By a lot. Yes.
Victory.
Make it spicy. We're back to 66, chat. We did it. We climbed. What's that screen where the card is gaining XP? That's basically what happens. So when you play a match, one of the cards in your deck will get like 5 boosters, is what it's called. More boosters means that they can rank up to become higher rarities, which just changes their visual. Like gives them a 3D, gives them a border that is animated, animates the card, makes them pop out of the border, stuff like that. And then that, when you rank them up with boosters and credits, which you earn from dailies and such, you, oh boy, huge misplay. You climb the collection level, which unlocks new cards. Time to be playing 1 energy down for the rest of this game. They're playing with no cards, which is weird. Oh, it's Tin Man. Hi, Tin Man. Why are we playing each other again? Because we are. Let's change the location so they don't get mana every single turn. So Storm's gonna flood the location and change Superflow, so we're just gonna Hobgoblin on top of that just to double whammy. There's only 2 players. Probably like queuing, we're queuing at the same time right after we play. Would Hob mid count as their card? Yes.
Wind, aid my hand.
But I also want to lock down this location so that I win the location. Okay, so we're winning this location by 10, and they got an Infinaut, which I have to say was, I feel like either lucky or they have the Watcher in their hand. So either they had the Watcher and they knew that they had a turn 3 Project Pegasus, so they passed so that they could get Infinaut down. Which is pretty spicy if I don't draw Shang-Chi. Or they armor it, that could happen too. So we just need to stop playing for that. And I don't know if we play for flooding, because I don't... What can they do with 4 energy to get 10? Not much, other than maybe Jessica Jones and then buff it somehow. That's I don't know if that's worth being afraid of. They also have a Hob. So I know that they're planning on hobbing this turn. Probably. I think I still win this.
Snap.
We just play Hob now to sort of offset the panic on the right. Okay.
Victory.
They know I stole Hob, and they know I'm not gonna Hob Project Pegasus. So they know I'm gonna Hob here, and they were gonna Hob here. So if we both Hob, I'm still winning by 2. So it's sort of it's a net neutral for them. So I'm still winning this location. But there's only 1 turn left, so I feel like it was still playable for them. Oh yeah, and they lose the Atlantis bonus. You're right, you're right. Psychological victory. I guess so. I am, dude, we played Critical like 2. I must be alone at this rank right now. We're playing the same like 3 people. Am I just, it's such a weird, because I think the game matchmakes based on your collection level and your rank simultaneously. So I must be in this weird spot between collection level and rank. No cards are revealed this turn. It's 9 on a Sunday. That means more people are playing. People are lying in bed right now with their iPads. They're gaming. Also, it's only 6. Yeah, you're right. It's only 6, not 9. Where are they gonna play? Probably here and here. Or just a lot of turn 1, turn 2 passes. Agent 13 gave me a card I've never seen. Your opponent gains control of one of your other cards at this location. Is that good? I guess it's good if you want to fill in a spot. I don't know how to use this card. This is my first time seeing it. Morphin? Is it Morphin time, chat? Cards here have +5 power. Hell yeah, it's Morphin time. Hell yeah, it's Morphin time. We just hit 4 cards with Leech. What value? That's Morph value right there, chat. Leech removes the abilities from all cards in your opponent's hand. But then, shit, they just shuffled the cards into their hand. Never. But does it, okay, when they go back into their deck, do they still not have powers? I'm assuming that's correct. This is also going to be a really terrible Wolfsbane, but we have to compete. Howling Techie, thank you for the raid earlier. Hope you had a nice stream, by the way. Much appreciated. Sorry I missed you. Happens to me too, play the same people. We're just snapping the same people. All right, so they're going all in on this.
Wind, aid my hand.
Rock. Isn't this good for me, though? We at least tie. And, oh.
Victory.
I'm so confused by the retreats. They realize they messed up. I guess they're only down by 3 and the position's locked. And I'm winning the other 2 locations. They're tired of playing you, I guess. I'm only getting like 1 or 2 cubes. Thanks for having us. Really enjoying the stream as always. Hey, thanks, Howling Techie. He's still in the 1 more game. Am I in the 1 more round stream? You are, yes. All right, 1 more round. 1 more round. What changed? You've been climbing. I switched decks. We were experimenting with a different deck at the beginning, and this one's definitely been doing a little better. Maybe we should just Sentinel since we know we have Devil Dino. 1 more round for 8 hours. Let there be squirrels. I say this. God, squirrels really just dilute all the locations, so I'm spreading out my weenies intentionally to sort of not put all of my weenie eggs in one basket, as it were, and keep my options open. Ooh, Doctor Strange. After turn 3, ruin a random location. That actually doesn't do anything. And my random card was Sarah. Cards in your hand cost 1 less to a minimum of 1. Wow. That could be very powerful. I don't know, is that pool 3? Like, I really don't want to Sentinel because I'm just locking myself into stinky locations. But I think passing is worse. Move deck is really hard with squirrels. It really is. So I don't know how much they're going to be able to move. And Lizard really sucks with squirrels. If I don't see a... there's no reason to Shang-Chi because Sentinel exists. So you just save that in your pocket. But I don't want to just keep Sentineling at every location. But Lizard is worse than Sentinel if they get 4 cards in a location. Just spreading Sentinels around. Okay, so they want to move something, but Kraven doesn't really have a lot of options here. Killmonger would feel nice here. Killmonger would actually help the move deck. So right now it's helping me. And the trick is, like, if I get Shang-Chi'd somewhere, it's not great. But we're just gonna Devil Dino on the right. And the reason is because they only have 1 space left, and that'll keep 1 space open for me. Which I don't think I need. But it's really gonna be hard for them to win, I think. Without some shenanigans.
Oh, snap.
Without any shenanigans, I don't know how they're gonna win this one. Because just Hulk left protects me against Vision. It protects me against Heimdall. And I've already got 20 on the right, so I don't really see how this is doable. And there's no space for them to combo a Vision with a Shang-Chi, because Shang-Chi would just take up the spot. Maybe I'll be surprised. That's a good Enchantress. Very good Enchantress. I think I win by 1.
Victory.
I win by 1. Sick. Did I snap? I think I snapped. Holy Falcon said, if you win this match, I sub. And I wasn't gonna hold you to it, but you did it, so. Thanks, Holy Falcon, for the prime sub. Much appreciated. I need 40 and 400 to upgrade you. All right, this deck's actually been doing pretty good. This deck is doing good enough right now that I would recommend giving it a shot. This one's doing, I feel, more consistent. We're not winning every game, but it's definitely more consistent than the last one. One more. I mean, I'm really close to the next level. I'm just, what if I hit the next level though? That's it. See, that's what Yondu is good for. That's exactly what Yondu is good for. You see the Shang-Chi get destroyed. You know that Devil Dinosaur is only vulnerable to Enchantress now. Ongoing effects are disabled here. Okay, disabled's fine. That's not an ongoing effect. I love that this is turning into a mobile game stream. Hell yeah, it is. You can play Minecraft on mobile. Is Minecraft a mobile game? To be fair, this is literally a mobile game because of the frame. The frame layout is the way it is, so that's fair, but... Chat hates Minecraft. Chat hates Terraria. Terraria is a mobile game. It's morphin' time. Chat, this is actually, first of all, oh, ongoing effects. That's really a bad card to morph. into right there. Warpath is disabled. It's actually a really good game, and it's monetized incredibly fairly, where free-to-play players are extremely generously taken care of, in my opinion. Did the devs talk about fixing the layout thing? I believe they're just working on a completely different PC app, is what I've heard. But the thing that makes this game actually addicting is just simply the pace of play. The matches are just so fast. It's monetized incredibly fairly, The Addict. Most people in this chat have spent more on subscribing to this channel than I have on this game. So what does that say about you? Not you, but the rest of you. The rest of you. You gave me this sub for losing. Wow, I feel called out. I'm a free trial chatter. You guys can be... See, I have a great monetization structure, too. You guys can be free to play. Am I gonna hob here? Definitely hob in here. So we're gonna delete Ant-Man.
A new sub for your collection.
Wonder why you still
You know
care.
what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Having initiative... Well, we know that they don't have anything big enough. Devil Dino is gonna be a 13. Hulk is only gonna... What if they have Enchantress? They probably have Enchantress. Do we just Hulk left? Because I'm already winning right. I'm winning mid.
Victory.
Okay, bye. Alex is paid to get sassed. You might be right. Hold on. Okay. It's dark outside now. Bro, just give me 3 cubes. Bro, please, just 3 cubes, bro. Can I ask why you're not upgrading your cards at all? I don't have any credits. Yeah. Expo Old, thank you for the 5 gift subs, by the way. Oh. What the hell? Bro. What the hell, dude? I'm not playing that. Pass. Morph will win me the game. That's not bad. Morph would simply win me the game. I'm too scared to snap because, like, I don't know what kind of deck this is. This is too spicy. What's their peak? Hob. We're both gonna hob. Oh, the Enchantress Lizard. Chat.
Oh, snap.
This is a double hob kind of. I mean, we're only gonna single hob, but we're both gonna hob at the same time, and it's gonna be hilarious. I'm hobbing right now. I'm hobbing right now. Do you know how this, like, if they have Shang-Chi, they win. Sometimes it's that easy. That's where having initiative can bite you in the ass.
Avengers.
They did not have Shang-Chi in the end.
Victory.
I like how it only counted once. I've never seen the zone before either. I got the 3 cubes. We're on a streak. Oh, I forgot to switch to the other cam. You guys had to watch that in small screen mode. My bad. If you watch it in small screen mode, does it count? Cards that cost 4, 5, or 6 can't be played here. Have you seen Ego yet? I have not come across Ego. What does Shang-Chi do? It kills enemy cards that are 9 or higher. In my opinion, the least fun location in the entire game. Put that in a casual game mode. I don't even care about like, oh, competitive. It's just like nobody wants to draw a rock. Unless it's put in there by Korg or another card. Because then it's actually a strategy. God damn it. See, that's what I mean. I stole their rock from the bottom of the deck. Because there's 5 of them. The odds of me getting one are so high. All right, what if I morph and I morph into a rock? It could happen to you, chat. No, I got an Odin, actually. Morph. I got another rock! I got another rock! I'm flush with rocks. And what sucks is I have to play them. So here you go, one for you, one for you. Because I need to be able to draw my cards, and I don't want to discard a card from your hand. Okay. Real talk, chat. If Blade discards, you know it's gonna discard Hulk or Devil Dino, right? Play the odds. I'm playing the odds! Yeah. Rock. I already took 2 rocks out of your deck. Sunspot. Okay, not that good. Rock! See? Where's the rest of my deck? I have 9 cards left in deck, and I have 3 rocks so far. Okay, we need to, like... We cannot... I can't afford to just get, like... super sniped. You know what I'm saying? I can't afford to get super sniped. Oh yeah, ongoing effects are disabled on the right. I knew that. But what if I told you I'm still winning there? What if I told you I am still the winner there? That was the wrong place. I am winning so hard right now that I decided to Devil Dino BM on the right. Dodging Shang-Chi, yes, exactly. Thinking very hard about the final play. They are contemplating... I should have snapped, but honestly,
Victory.
I thought that was going to be something else. Never in doubt. We're climbing, chat. We're climbing. Can't play cards here after turn 4? Oh, that's a pretty good Lizard, actually. Because it's hard to fill the board, so Lizard usually gets to stay powered up. Oh, it's the same person, which is a rematch. We just queued at the same time. It may not actually... Oh, well, now it's not that hard to fill the board, is it? But is Los Diablos going to destroy Kiln or Project Pegasus? That is the question. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How the hell are you here? All right, we're trying to get Queen down and a very clutch morph. Okay, 2 Hulks. Hulk. Close. Okay, see, this is still good for me. He's rationalizing. They have to play something in the middle. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. But all things being equal, you still gotta win on the right and the left. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, that one's not good. Time to concede.
Escaped.
I do think that, like, I used to like Spider-Woman, but now I don't. I think Spider-Woman's actually a pretty weak card. Because it doesn't hit face down. Oh my god, it's a rematch. This is like 3 matches in a row. I gotta give it more than 1 second to stop playing the other person. Okay. Let's just White Queen and Sentinel left. So we know that they have Spider-Woman and we know that they have Professor X. We know that they have Spider-Woman in hand. No Professor X turn 1 cheese. Interesting. Cards that cost 1 cannot be played here. How dare you. I love Spider-Woman with bad Sinister. Bar Sinister? Unfortunately, just loses to the Onslaught Blue Marble combos. Most of the time. Okay, let's just grab Yondu Sentinel on the right. They probably don't need that. I haven't really seen this. Move an opposing 1 or 2 cost card to this location. That's interesting. Perhaps we just Wolfsbane here and just let it be. And focus on the other locations. I would like to draw my Shang-Chi, but I haven't drawn it in a while. That was a great pick. See? And therein lies. Well, well, well. Okay, we have to just make them... What do we want? I think we just Shang-Chi now. Maybe. Tied. And winning by 5. Is this my favorite Snap streamer? Hell yeah, it is.
Opponent snapped.
Hell yeah, dude. GG.
Victory.
Okay, we got our revenge. Imagine if they were stream sniping. They're not. Because if they were, they might have been able to win that. And definitely wouldn't have snapped. Chat, one more. Wolf Warlord, thanks for 17 months. Appreciate the sub. What does Snap do? It makes you gamble more of your ranked XP. So oh, you can't really see that. So we have 7 out of 10 cubes to our rank 68. So when we snap, we double down on ranked XP. people arrive. What? Snap. What comes after Vibranium? It goes all the way up to 100, and then you hit the infinite ranks. Which is basically like Legend in Hearthstone, I guess. Hello, dog. I will take care of you in a moment. I think Hob early is good. Hob, Mystery, Lizard, left. That's a good lizard. That was a really good lizard. That's basically an insta-snap because it's just hard to come back for that. All cards here swap sides. That's going to be neat. I'm going to get it back. It's about as unlucky. Interesting. Interesting. Most interesting. That's why you run Morph, by the way. You live by the Morph, you die by the Morph. Because there's a lot of Infinauts, there's a lot of Hulks, there's a lot of Dinos, and Morph has a lot of targets to play with. Because people are running high cost for 5 energy. You might get screwed as well, but people are tending to shy away from the 1 and 2 costs. Like me. So they might just Shang-Chi, but that's okay. Like, if they Shang-Chi, then we just free this up. So I have to play to this. And then we'll have some space. Because they probably have their own Infinite in their hand. I know that. But I have initiative. So I really can't, like, do much. This is going to be a weird play. They'll never see it coming. Because I'm actually winning Oscorp Tower now. That's why Wolfsbane can actually kind of sick sometimes. +2 power for each other card here. GG.
Victory.
Where's Snap? I already snapped. The stick's doing pretty good. I don't know if I'm just getting a string of good luck. I just want to see if we can get the 68 back. Someone said, why Yondu? The reason for Yondu is turn 1 intel, turn 1 information if you have it turn 1. So if you get to throw Yondu down turn 1, you get to see the card that gets destroyed. And if you play Iceman, Iceman's good too, but you don't get that information. That's also why I like White Queen a lot, because you get to see the card that they have, the best card that they have, theoretically. First to fill this, I usually lose, especially when they get a free Hell's Kitchen. And Lizard is awful here, so this might just be a wash for us. But we'll see. Gotta play for it anyways, because even if they get a free 6 cost, we might just win the location. Oh. Hilariously, I don't think I can fill it still. So. I mean, hobgobbing here is the most risky thing you can possibly do. So, the actual play is Devil Dino left, because we're expecting them to get the free 6 cost. And by filling this up with weenies, so we'll give Devil Dinosaur armor by extension of them filling up all the slots. And then win that location. So we're just conceding the free 6 cost. You can fill it too. Oh, I guess I do have 8. But is when... Yeah, I do have 8. You're right, but I might... Okay, fine. Fine. You're right. So we each get a free 6 cost?
Assemble.
I mean, I guess 6 power is good. Okay, they made me draw a 6 cost Shang-Chi, and now my hand is full. Now I'm losing the left location. And I don't have a play. So that ended up being a wash. Chat, I blame you, okay? I just want you to know I blame you. I would have been winning the left location and have plays for mid and right, but they would have had a free hella. So
Opponent snapped.
maybe their free is better than mine. Pull 4 random cards from your opponent's hand to their side of this location. That is not good. That is not good for this. Why did they snap without anything to play on this turn? I'm very confused. No! Wow! It's okay though, I have 10 points.
Assemble.
All I have to... Ah! Oh, it's okay, chat. It's okay. I'll just have to win mid. All I gotta do is win mid, dude. It's fine. They have 2 cards in hand. Devil Dino's definitely the play. I can only kill Onslaught, and that's like 9, 13. I guess I'll also have 13. It'll be a tie on the right. And they have Claw, so it's bad. They have 2 Onslaughts! They got it for free! Which one of these is the free one? They didn't duplicate it. The Raft gave them a card that actually fit their deck archetype. That's very bad. Doc Ock is credit the team. I mean, it was hilarious, but now I'm even... Last one. All right, last one. I like that this game seems fun even if you lose. I agree. I would say I've seen a lot more deck variety in this hot zone than the last one. So it's only it only gets really annoying when it's like you run into the exact same deck. And there are a lot of Devil Dinos, so I'm sort of just not practicing what I preach there. But it's okay. All right, I like White Queen Morph. Go for gold, Morph. That's a big Iron Man. That is a big Iron Man. Iron Man into Hulk is gonna be bad. But what about... Ah, that could have been so good on the left. So they have Enchantress too, so Devil Dino would have been a huge mistake. The left is a really bad place to compete because of Iron Man. But I want cards. This doesn't hyper favor any particular combo, it just enables a lot, yeah. I just got here. Did we finally make it to rank 52? Yes, we're almost ranked 70. We're like almost 68. Okay, so they played Enchantress, which means Devil Dino should be safe aside from Shang-Chi. And that just is what it is. Chad, is this a bad play? Lizard Wolfsbane on the left? Because it basically ties their future Hulk, if they're gonna Hulk. Good Spider-Woman. Oh, it got powered up from the Wakandan embassy earlier. Damn you, showing up at the wrong time, Shang-Chi. Just the wrong time. They have 5 cards in hand. This is a really tough one to win. Because it feels like a 50-50. They can either play huge mid, and I have to play huge mid to counter, but if I counter with my huge mid, they can go small on the right and just pick up the easy super flow. They also have initiative. So we're just gonna get funky with it and just take the loss, possibly. We do snipe Warpath, which is kind of sexy. Oh, there's one more turn? I thought that was the final turn! Gah! Shit! They still got 4 cards in hand. Can you show Shang-Chi? Not right now. Hold on. Let me finish this timer. Yeah, this sucks. It's a 50-50. Oh no, it's weak! I made it weaker! Ah! I would have tied, but I still would have lost, so it's okay. Ah. I still would have lost. Damn, because okay, if I didn't play Yondu, then Devil Dino would be 10. We'd have 12 on the right, we'd tie on the right, we'd win in the middle, but only by 4, and then we'd lose on the left by 8. So I would have lost that no matter what. So close. That was a really good Shang-Chi as well. Okay, Shang-Chi. Is destroy all enemy cards at this location that have 9 or more power. That's the one. It was still a good play. All right, last one. What's up, AB123C? How's it going? Thanks for 8 months of sub. Does ranked season end in a week's time? I don't know for sure, but I think it ends when the season pass ends. Ooh, that's a really nice draw from Agent 13 getting us a random card. It is good. Cards that cost 4, 5, or 6 can't be played here. Well, it's a bit rough. Last one's what I said 4 hours ago, yeah. When a card moves here, destroy it. Alright, we kind of need to try for Kiln. Let's make this one spicy since this is the actual last one. I believe in Morph. I believe in Morph. I have absolute faith. Okay, so they don't have anything better than White Queen. Which means just to keep up on the left, I need to go ahead and White Queen on the left. Well, they now have something better. than White Queen. Sunspot is still very spicy right there. I need to play cheap cards mid. So if they pass this turn, they actually win the left, which is really interesting. I might actually... This is really dumb, chat. Pass. I gave him initiative by letting him control more locations so that I could play Shang-Chi and hopefully counter Infinite.
Opponent snapped.
So if they don't play Infinite, then something's weird. Because literally, why wouldn't you? Okay. GG.
Victory.
That is the power of knowledge. Because I knew Infinite was coming because of White Queen, and because I knew it's coming, I can plan around it. Unfortunately, the first time I White Queened, I got another White Queen, so they didn't have Infinite yet. And then I White Queened again just because it seemed like the best value to put in Kiln before turn 4. And then they had just drawn Infinite, so I got an Infinite that time. So I knew they had Infinite, and because I knew they had Infinite, and they can't play it mid, and they would for sure play it on Fisk Tower. Because why wouldn't you? He's counting cards, can we kick him out? I passed my entire turn instead of playing anything mid to make him think that I was gonna play Infinite, because he knew that I stole it with White Queen. So it was like, I'm gonna play Infinite. And so, because I baited that I was gonna play Infinite, he just assumed his Infinite was gonna at least tie mine, and therefore he'd win based on count. He couldn't play left or mid, yeah. Well, we don't know what else was in the hand. They would have won if they just played literally anything middle. But the thing about Infinite decks is they're very good, but when you are playing an Infinite deck, you get so reliant on winning with Infinite that there are no other options. You're putting all of your eggs in one basket, and it's Sunspot Infinite. And Shang-Chi is the hard counter for Infinite. You just have to draw it, which that's the hard part. But anyway, GG. That was a good last one. Oh my god, I'm one cube away, chat. Dude, I'm one cube away. It's also very predictable to skip turn 5. Yes, the actual Giga Brain high IQ is to skip turn 5 on his part, feint like he's gonna play, and then play mid instead. But that takes some insane luck. This is why I haven't been liking Devil Dino on turn 1 when this happens, because it's just gonna get sniped. I'm either running into Infinite decks, control decks, or I don't know what the third one was. My brain just fried. Let's just go Yondu, Liz, Wolfsbane, and then Devil Dino cries in a corner.
Assemble.
Okay, or ongoing decks. Did I say that one? Blue Marvel. I also like that one person in chat who was like, you should have gone mid. If you went mid, you won. Oh, wait, shit. Right afterwards. I pass turn 2. So do you. Good. +1 energy this turn. Okay. Wow. Yes, dude. Give me that energy. Yeah, if you tie one location, then whoever has the most, or if you're otherwise tied in locations, whoever has the most total points wins. Your opponent draws a card, set its cost to 6. Just not a good play right now. Neither is Devil Dinosaur, to be perfectly frank with you, but that's what we've got to work with.
I am Iron Man.
Okay, that's also not good.
Opponent snapped.
My opponent has drawn Shang-Chi. My opponent is winning. So wily. Le epic dodge nerd. Yes, I know. That being said, I still probably can't win. That's why I'm not doubling down right now. But we did tie left, so they have to play something there. And getting 8 over here is going to be tricky. So all I have to do is win mid. I don't know. I'm just going to go for it. I don't care. I don't even care, dude. I don't even care. I can lose 8 cubes. That's fine. I just want 8 cubes. It's a good Hulk. It's a spicy 8-cube Hulk.
Victory.
Okay, chat. That was a very good play by my opponent. They made one mistake. One mistake. And that mistake was snapping the second that I played Devil Dinosaur. Like, if you play Devil Dino and they snap, that means that they have Shang-Chi in their hand. This is very poker-esque in that sense. You need to just take it down a couple notches, all right? Just control your emotions, and then snap after you've let the timer tick down to like the halfway point. And the reason why I dodged Shang-Chi is because I played 2 cards out of hand when he was at 11 power, so he gets +2 power for each card in your hand. So I played 2 cards when he was at 11, so he loses 4, which takes him to 7. So he was under the 9 threshold that Shang-Chi needs to destroy him. And then Cable comes down as just sort of fodder on the left to tilt the balance to make him have to play something to beat me on the left, because I think we were tied. And then gets me a card back to repower up Devil Dinosaur back to 9 to basically dodge Shang-Chi. Does it matter if you snap early versus late? I mean, you snap... If you're, like, dominating your side of the board and then snap, your opponent's just gonna retreat. So you want to typically snap, like, when you know, I have a pretty great chance of winning this. But before the board shows your opponent that you have a great chance of winning this. So like in that case, if I were them, I would have been like, I'm thinking, wow, that was such a good play. That's why I haven't done anything. Oh, whoa, timer's running out. Oh, I have a plan. Snap, and then go from there, sort of after a delay to offset the immediate reaction. Because if you snap in reaction to something, unless you do that on purpose for an intimidation tactic, I guess. Chad, we did it. We're back to 68. I can die a happy man now. Was wondering if there's a greater reward for appearing dominant too early. There is not a greater reward. The most cubes you can get is 8, and that's if both people snap. But you're so close to greatness. 69. You can't end on... All right, one more. One more to get 69. Chat, here's the rules. If we hit 67, I have to quit. If we hit 69, play until you lose. What's your favorite deck? It changes depending on the day of the week, and I don't mean that in like a funny way. I just mean like right now there was a hot zone that gives +5 power when it's revealed. It's a good card to snipe with Yondu. And since I'm like this one, it's this one on cue, +5 power. I made a deck specifically to try and take advantage of this. And that's the one you see at the top of the screen. And it's been working pretty well since we switched to this. RimWorld stands are fuming. Yes, they've only had a stream for RimWorld every single day last week except for 2. 5 out of 7 straight days in a row. They're losing their damn minds. That's energy, not power. Oh, you know what I mean. It's plus energy, okay? Plus mana. I'm sorry, I'm roping this person and I don't mean to. You go here, you go here. Chat, shut up, okay? Stop making me rope this person. Ooh, it's a move deck. Interesting that Hobgoblin doesn't count. Oh, wait, no, Iron Fist was revealed afterward. That's so many multiple mans. Hobgoblin is really good against multiple man decks, actually. I can also just play a cloak. And they can move cards to this location if they want. I don't know. I'm not your mom. I don't make the rules. I feel like a snap is in order, but also, I don't know. What the hell's going on? That's just a lot of multiple men. There's not much space left. Okay. Now they can move stuff over to the right if they want. If they want. So they might move Hob over, which is good for us, because that'll put them down to 1. That would be bad. So they could move Spidey, or they could move a multiple man. Any of those is good for us. So what we do is we concentrate on the parts that we are the strongest. We actually don't move anything because they could claw. And it was just like, haha, hee hee, like, look, I moved something. We're totally moving. Oh, they did move Hob. Interesting. So now I am winning on the right with absolutely minimal effort. And I know that they have Heimdall. And I've already snapped. So, this is a pretty good Shang-Chi on Spidey. Because that is a net 12 swing, and it's probably better than Devil Dino, and you can save Devil Dino for the end. Because I don't think they could move Spidey with Doctor Strange, but that would be very odd. If they Heimdall's gonna shift all of their cards over 1 to the left if they play it, so it depends on where they play Heimdall. It changes things. What I want to do is just focus on winning 2 locations. Because I'm definitely already... There's nothing they can do to win Big House, basically. It's actually a tough play. 3, 6, 9, 17. I have 22 and 4. That was the right play. Okay, I had to think. Sorry. I did not mean to go quiet. But thinking about Heimdall shenanigans is very tough. They have a fun deck, though. They do have a fun deck, and I know how to play around it because a version of it is my primary deck, actually. So this is the deck that I typically play with. I have not unlocked Vulture yet. Vulture has been very elusive and does not like me. But it was a good game. It's a close one. Okay, we got the 69 chat. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? We climbed the ladder. We've basically been exclusively winning for the last hour and a half straight. But the 70 rewards. I know, but I don't want to lose the progress I've made. One more until 70. You said until you lose, but I also have to pee really bad. And it's been 3.5 hours. So here's what we're gonna do. See, Midas also has to go. Look at this dog. What are you doing? Where are you going? 24-hour Snapathon. All right, we're gonna switch over now. If you came from the directory, we will be playing some more Marvel Snap because I'm addicted, and also it's still very fun, and I'm enjoying it a lot, so I appreciate any follows. To that end, for the regulars here, we're gonna change over to RimWorld. The regulars are also snappers now too. I've converted too many people. I mentioned this at the beginning of stream. I'm now guilty of a 2-snapper household. Alice is not only addicted to Snap, but we have 2 season passes. So I have one, and then she has her own account with her own season pass. Look what I've done. I like watching Snap. I'd probably like playing it, but haven't. That was the big thing that she said to me, was that she's never played a card game before, or TCG, and thought they were too intimidating. And like UKJ, that maybe just bad at games. So this was the sort of door open entry point because the tutorial is actually just so good, and I think that the way that they unfurl the card list, when you sort of unlock the more complex ones, like the move deck later on, and you start with the easy ones, that it's just been a really like natural transition to start playing. She said it was a perfect introduction to card games, and that would probably like watching or playing other card games now, but didn't know it until this game. It helps that it's a quick game, yeah. It's just super fast. Is there a reason you're at card level 299? I don't have any credits. I'm out of credits. I only get what my dailies give me. But yeah, there's enough strategy and complexity to make it like fun for card game veterans like me. Played Magic, Pokemon, Hearthstone, Dragon Ball Z. But it's just really fun. Solid game, good monetization. That's why I play it so much. If it had bad, shitty monetization or like whale gacha, I wouldn't be playing it as much. For sure. No ad. They haven't paid me. We paid them twice. I haven't played Legends of Runeterra though. Never played a TCG before this, but fell in love. Yeah, it's just so natural. Because the first time you watch it, it's like, what the hell's happening? And it's actually very easy, but pretty complex. Hopefully, a couple of those last games displayed the mind games that you can play. The reason I'm addicted is I love the simultaneous play. The strategizing of like, oh, I know that my opponent has an Infinite, and I will simply play around that, is very possible with once you start learning the cards. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a BRB. We're gonna open up the RimWorld and swap over. Thanks, people who came from the Marvel Snap directory. We'll do some more snapping, try to climb a little bit more. I'd like to get Infinite before the end of the season. We're approaching Vibranium, so I have like 31 levels to go, which is kind of a lot. But at the same time, there's still over a week left for me to try. And this deck was going pretty good, so I'm gonna have to try that somewhere later. Alright, RimWorld is supposed to be updating. Let me see if they did a patch. There was not a patch. Maybe it's just mods updating? I just remembered the condition of your RimWorld colony. Yeah, that's why I kind of took a little extra personal time today in Snap. Because I was not in the mood after last night for an 8 straight hour grindathon to try and pull that out of a tailspin. At first, I thought it would be pay to win. I was pleasantly surprised. That's a lot of the reaction. Like, I watched some other streamers play Snap for the first time, and the chat is always like, hashtag ad! Oh, mobile game! Gotcha! There's even some people in the Discord who are like, what is Marvel Snap? Why does streamer keep playing that? And it's like, well, you could just click on one of the streams and find out. Or you've already made assumptions in your own head because you saw an ad for it on the iTunes store and have decided to write it off. And decided that it sucks. Snap Marathon to Infinite. But yes, it's actually very, very generous monetization. Twitter for me is all Snap ads. Yeah, they're doing a big advertising campaign. Big camera, huge camera. Somewhere over here. Waiting on the rim. There it is. All right, and I'll be back in a few minutes after I take the dog out. I think that's why people dislike mobile games. A lot of them are pay to win. Yeah, I think a lot of like mobile specific card games are fairly pay to win. But they definitely have my respect with how they've handled Marvel Snap. Yeah, I get people being cynical. I think it's just like, there's a difference in being cynical and realizing that the thing is free, and you can either watch for free for 10 minutes and decide if you like a thing, or even download it and play for a few minutes and be like, well, the streamers played it 5 streams in a row. It probably is a piece of shit. It's like, okay. Do you trust me? Would I lie to you, chat? But it's like, I don't know. Writing something off that is just fun, free, because you have decided that it is stinky. It's like, the minimum amount of effort is required to figure out if you're right or wrong, to validate those assumptions. Which is just installing a free app, and if you don't like it, uninstalling it. But anyway, it's toasty in here. I'm gonna go get some water, get a drink, and I'll be back in a few. Hang tight. Okay. I'm back. I had a couple of cookies. I got another coffee. And also, unlike yesterday, I don't feel like I need any pain medicine for a headache yet, so that's good. I don't know why. The last, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 streams, I have had just like a throbbing headache. That's how you know you're old, all right? 33 has been. That's when you're actually old, chat. I'm just telling you. If you're older than that and you're on death's door, you're like 34. I feel sorry for you, Shadow Fox. I do. I feel seen. What? I'm on death's door? Chad, if you haven't seen the colony, it's on death's door. Great segue. Yesterday and the stream before that are probably the 2 most pivotal RimWorld streams to date, with the most action packed into like regular 5-hour streams. It's in a interesting place right now. You do deserve a bit of backstory for this one. Sometimes we can brush over it, not this time. Effectively, what happened was there was a siege. And the siege was being done by one of the new factions in the DLC, the Wasters. The Toxchokers are Waster pirates, who are xenohumans engineered to thrive around toxins and pollution. They have little interest in building or farming, preferring to take their sustenance from others using violence. Their technology level depends mostly on who they've managed to steal from recently. Mostly they carry gunpowder weapons, though some prefer to stab victims at close range. So they landed up here. You can still see that we have the mortars. We haven't been able to successfully sort of get over to them yet, but I'm going to work on bringing them back. The downside of this is you may have also noticed that there is no ammunition. So having mortars is great and all, but I do believe that we have a single high Boo! I think we should fire this high explosive shell into the sun. It has 2 HP remaining and is 1 punch away from, I think, disaster in the storeroom. So there's not really any ammo, so a lot of good the mortars do us. They had left some tox shells, which is another new resource, though I don't see any of those. I'm not sure what happened to them, or if we have them somewhere and I just missed it. Do they not appear over here? Do we not get to see shells in the inventory? Oh, there's 1. Okay, we only have 1. So anyways, what I had to do was, I was so desperate, and a siege is already incredibly difficult, as it is, right? They start piping down high explosive shells, and in this case, tox shells, and then they just start shooting them at your base. So they landed 1 here, while 3 of our colonists were in bed from paralytic abasia, like here. So we definitely missed one of the closest shells, and that's why we're missing some furniture down here. They also took out one of the walls, so they hit like here, sort of. And around that point, they gotten 2 shots off, and I was like, this is too close. They almost took out the entire electric grid. They almost took out the colonists who were waiting on to wake up. Too close. So I sent 1 mad lad out. I'm trying to I wish there was a list of all of your past colonists, because I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was... Who's dead down here? It wasn't Lumi, but Lumi is now dead. It might have been Rordaz. Those are the only two bodies that we have left from what happened. Was it a Bang? Either way, it was Rornaz or a Bang went out here with a Psychic Insanity Lance that we had bought from a wandering trader. And used it to basically snipe their best shooter. They had a long-range sniper shooter with a double fireball 15 shooting skill. So we took him out with the Psychic Insanity Lance. And he fell on the ground and instantly his brain caught fire, and none of his fellow siegers helped put the fire out. So he burned to death, and so did his weapon. Up in smoke. So then we did one more desperate act. We accepted a quest called not compensated hostility. It was a psychic drone for Honorios, which was a 7.7 day medium psychic drone, which did drive 2 of the siegers. There were 14 siegers, and we had about 6 total colonists to defend with, and they were all Tox Raiders. So it was really dire. We were quite desperate. We were pulling out all the stops, so I took the medium psychic drone to try to drive them insane. It only drove like 4 or 5 of them a little bit crazy because it only affected the men. And they started a social fight. When the social fight broke out, the siegers they gave up on the siege and went for a full push on the base. We did our best holding out from this point on, but they beat us back through the first door. We had a final stand here in the farm. We were able to take enough of them down where they decided to kidnap who they could and leave. They picked up Lumi and Chuckles, and I think a Bang, and started making off to the north with our colonists. Lumi got right here to the edge before we thought that we saved Lumi with a clutch great bow shot from Rornaz, I think. And we did drop Lumi on the ground, but caused her death as well. She was mere seconds away from bleeding out, unfortunately. So we could have just let her be kidnapped off map, and she would have been saved. Possibly rescued later. Hutch was the shooter? Okay, Hutch. Hutch was the shooter, you're right. And then, since I stopped that, she died on the edge of the map. There's also another person there. Chuckles got kidnapped. A Bang got kidnapped. Hutch is still in the colony. And we have a man in black, Zig, who joined us to try to pick up the pieces. We managed to overcome multiple, 2 colonists being dead, 3 colonists kidnapped, debuffs. We managed to overcome 7 straight days of medium psychic drone. We managed to overcome follow-up and infestation, which resulted in us burning the vampire that we had captive in our prison cell to death in order to try and burn the bugs out and superheat them in the back quadrant of our mountain base, which was just a shit show. I can't even explain it better than that. Then we had to cool off the entire base and air it out. There was also a psychic ship that crashed that we had to fight off. Mass animal insanity, I think it was like rats. There was a problem causer, which is a way of saying that there was an off-site tox spewer. There was creating a toxic fog over the map that we had to caravan to go blow up. There was the infestation with the vampire. And that was all after the siege. Basically immediately after losing that many of our colonists. And don't forget, the raiders themselves were wastelanders who were toxic as well. And they had, toxic grenades and stuff that were getting plumes of toxic smoke that ended up afflicting Silver with dementia because their toxicity built up to 85%. And they ended up getting dementia as a result of the wastelanders. So the wastelanders have added a really interesting dynamic. What a story the wealth graph can tell. Indeed it can. Rapidly deconstructing the room to deal with 150-degree heat. And our stove burned to death. Sorry, our stove burned to dust. And now we are cooking again on a campfire because no one has the building skill necessary to construct another stove. It is simply too complicated for us. Even though our researcher has just finished researching, I like that we're studying microelectronics, but constructing a stove is too high IQ. So yeah, we toughed it out. We did a couple of good funerals that gave us some good time to mourn. We did not use the Psychic Soothe Pulsar, though that was one option. We had to deal with a few bouts of insanity, of people just losing their goddamn minds because of all the things that kept happening. The only way that they could cope was the colony, before they went belly up, had a pretty large stash of smoke leaf, which we are now rolling into smoke leaf joints, and a lot of beer that was waiting to come out of the fermenting barrels. We have burned through all the beer, we drank it all, and they've been smoking up almost every day up until recently in order to cope with the loss of all of their friends. And the saddest part is a couple of these people were literally best friends with the people who got kidnapped and woke up from paralytic aphasia after their friends had been kidnapped. So by the time they could finally stand up and walk, like their best friend has been removed forcefully from the map, and they were very unhappy about that. We also have a couple of new potential colonists. Olsen is actually just a 9-year-old child who we may have arrested in order to convert them to our ideology, because now that Lumi is very sadly dead, and the leader of both the colony and the ideology, the one responsible for converting everybody else and forming this portion, this chapter of the Void Apostles, is now gone. Hutch was the second in command and has had to rise to the occasion, being the best at social skills, to take on the leadership roles of the colony. And he's doing things differently than Lumi did. A little bit more bigoted, this Hutch. A little bit more abrasive. He says exactly what's on his mind, especially if it's bugging him, and that tends to rub people the wrong way. He's the one that made the call to burn down the prison with the vampire in it, which Lumi definitely would never have approved of. We had an innocent prisoner vampire who we were trying to convert and not kill by taking their xenogerm while they were regrowing it. We were trying to be nice to our enemies, like Charity, that we had done for others before when they crash land transport pod style onto the map and they're hostile, and we take care of them, even when they try and break out and murder us. But Hutch is running a different ship. So he arrested the child to make sure that they come out of Void Apostle, so we don't have to deal with that later. We need to convert Zig and Mr. and Mookie still, but we need the third person. Also, Hutch is only 16 years old, so he's a little bit more volatile, I guess. But we don't have anybody else who's good at social except Zig, and I would love nothing more than to convert Zig from the Army of Justice. But alas, we don't have a moral guide. So literally no one can do the conversions. But Strange here does offer us the potential to at least have a 3 social skill instead of Silver's 0 social skill. So he's probably going to come out as the moral guide from prison. Reformed 19-year-old pigskin Strange, who loves eating raw food, has extremely good immunity, suffers reduced pain, and is recovering from an infection in their right leg. I believe, was there a space refugee who fell in a transport pod? If I'm not mistaken. How is your base so big with only 5 pawns? Everybody's dead or kidnapped, and this is what's left. So all we're trying to do is get food and cook it. So we need to do some hunting, I believe. Oh, the lynx is eating. Who are we gonna hunt? People at the top of the map? I mean, we have 31 meals for now, so there's not exactly a rush. And at this point, we are short a couple of very important individuals. I was basically ready to give up on the colony. I wasn't going to, I was just fast forwarding to see if Randy actually had the guts to finish us off, because he definitely came close. We had the siege, which dealt with 5 colonists in one fell swoop, which is insane. 2 dead, 3 kidnapped. The 2 main characters were split up. Chuckles probably doesn't even know that Lumi is dead and buried back here at home. Chuckles is off-map kidnapped somewhere. We had the siege, then the bugs, then the off-site tox spewer. And it's only been a handful of days since a psychic ship crash, so we had that too. Zig is paying respects to Roranaz right now. They weren't in time to save them. They only entered the map after everyone had already been kidnapped, and most people were bleeding out, but they were able to save Hutch and Silver. And then Mr. and Mookie were laying in bed with paralytic abasia. Mr. has woken up and is helping us fill in Chuckles' melee, as well as some full-time intellectual pursuits. And then Mookie is actually really good at social, but we have to convert them to our ideology first. And I don't want to arrest them yet while we already have 2 other people in prison. There is a Psychic Soothe on right now, which is also helping because all 5 of our colonists are benefiting from the Psychic Soothe. Who lost a leg after going berserk? It was Mr. is missing their right leg. We have a wooden hand on Mookie. We have 2 scars, bite and a burn scar on Silver's eyes, and they have dementia, so they're not quite what they used to be as far as the level 12 crafting. And we're missing a little toe there. So we can probably just go ahead and make another prosthetic leg. But guess what? Our chief doctor is gone. What's nice, though, is Strange is going to fill in a little bit. We do have a double fireball constructor in Strange, even if they are night owls. So that's great. And then Olsen has some potential with the doctoring if we can get some training in long term. They just have to grow up. And also 2 more days until they wake up from paralytic abasia. And then, chat, we won't have anybody left in the colony with paralytic abasia. And the Psychic Soothe is ending. We're going to be back on our own soon. Mister's having the most difficult time because they are cannibals. And as we've all seen, the country cult is quite stubborn when it comes to their ideology. A perfect Jubilee opportunity. That's not for us. That's just the cars. Okay. Cooking. We need to make sure we have enough trees cut down. That's been a big thing since we're back to using regular fireplace in the middle of the dang floor. We don't have enough wood to keep it stocked. Dude, I recently found you and I tune in every night because you are hilarious. I'm sorry you have to deal with all this horribleness, but I'm crying from laughing. Your colony is a perfect mix of ragtag screw-ups. Chat. I am trying to keep this colony alive. I am trying to ensure the survival of your main characters, and you guys are laughing at me? What am I doing it all? What am I doing it all for? What am I suffering for? This is how I feel right now. I'm just gonna start breaking everything in my room. Chat, stop memeing the one nice person in the chat right now, okay? You guys just wish that you were the first person who said that so you could have your comment read, but you didn't because you're mean and stinky. And you couldn't even conceive of something like that to be written in chat. But anyways, I'm glad you're having fun, Yagi dude. And thanks for hanging out and watching. I am having fun. Now that, like, I'm glad that I endured what I had to endure yesterday. Because now, whatever happens, right, regardless of what ends up transpiring, at least it can't be as bad as it was yesterday. It just can't be. Like, they're already gone. Tantrum is over. Mr. basically subsists on catharsis alone. Felt good to finally unbottle my feelings. That sounds like a challenge. Okay, if you had catharsis, is it safe to give you a good warhammer now? I don't like having volatile meleeers carrying warhammers around. The fire popper really did save your butt yesterday. What? Because the explosion happened down here, then the fire popper coated the ground in fire pop foam? It's pretty good. I agree. Stopped everything from burning down behind us. I thought the guinea pig had died. All the other animals are dead. They got the plague. And they had to be eaten for food. I don't know if this is the most important thing that we can be doing right now. But we got too many things to do. All I need is somebody who is a good warden, and that's Hutch. Hutch is actually good at social, converting our prisoners right now, one of whom is actually just a colonist and a believer in the Void Apostles. We're just waiting on them to wake up in one day. Zig is about to have a major break risk. Hungry. Mediocre barracks. You're mediocre. What if you got up and fixed some things? With your 0 construction skill. We got 0, 0, 1, and 2. Two skill is the best in the entire colony. We're doing great. People arrive. Hi. People leave. Hello, Rolosk. Thanks for the fresh prime sub a few minutes ago. If you're still out there, much appreciated. Aeronor says all the money is going to snap. Midas's treat budget is getting thin. Take my Bezos bucks. You think Midas is missing the $13 that I spent on Snap? It's going to be $23 in a week because I'm going to buy the next battle pass too. And then Crather gifted a sub to Yagi Dude. Enjoy your sub, Yagi Dude. Now you can tune in and watch without also having to watch ads. Strange is down to a 38% certainty, and then we have to break their resistance and ask them to actually join the colony after they join us. I'd also like to make this wood stool. Nobody's done it yet, for some reason. Alright, there's a little chair. Poor quality table. It's the best we can do. There is art! Chuckles' legacy lives on. Lonesome day. This furniture bears an illustration of a solitary rogue suspended in the air near a lagoon. At the edge of the image are 4 cranes. I don't know why they have an excellent bed in there, but it will make them happier. They're gonna be luxuriantly comfortable. And they'll be like, if this is how you treat your prisoners, I'm in. Where is this mysterious horseshoe pin? All right, we're down to 31 meals. We need to do some hunting. Silver, stop planting here. Where are the animals at? Well, there are some animals. I don't know if these are the best animals. They will have meat. Are any of the original colonists left? Bro, there was only one original colonist. What do you mean? There was naked brutality start. So technically no. Because Lumi is dead. But Chuckles is still alive. And you know what? Thematically and from a storytelling perspective, I feel like the music is way louder than normal. From a storytelling perspective, I feel like that is super good / bad storytelling. You got Game of Thrones, basically, chat, because... Oh, we're still in the safe zone. Something about the originator of the colony who was too good for this world and basically keeping us on the track of trying to be good and helpful in a rim world that's actively trying to kill you and then dying as a result of holding to those ideals is just poetic. And also their progeny, who was raised by the main character, is somewhere off map having their own storyline. I would like to, for the camera for this season, to be able to go see how Chuckles is doing in light of this. Like, there's definitely a whole arc of Chuckles living amongst the Tox Raiders long enough to show them that he is one of them, and that he is a bloodlusting psychopath pyromaniac. So I feel like they would like invite him in, and then when he has their full trust, he finally like betrays them and creates like a lot of chaos before escaping back to the original colony. That's how I envision that storyline going in my head. To come back only to find Lumi dead, yeah. Chuckles will end up raiding us. I sure hope not. Silver occasionally forgets where he is and suffers from his Tox Raider-induced dementia from having too high of a toxicity in his body. Breathed in too many of the fumes, as it were. A group of poor children are approaching looking for help. The children are begging for 530 silver. We do have it. You can give the items to the children by selecting a colonist and right-clicking on James. They will move on after 1 day. The children are not part of any faction. If you wish, you can choose to kill, arrest, sell, or harvest them RimWorld, please. Don't encourage them. They're already posting on Reddit. Noah, Mari, James, and Buren. Chat, this is a Void Apostle. Holy moly. Holy moly. They are all Void Apostles. But there's a Hussar, a Neanderthal, and 2 baseliners. Do we have to arrest the kids for their own good? And then try and raise them? We need an actual proper, like, what do you do with... This one's 5. They're 3, 5, 7, and 11 years old. Wow. They're too young to be wandering in RimWorld, dude. They all have clubs, too. What the hell? Noah has a knife at 5 years old. 7-year-old with a knife, and Buren is 3 holding a marble club in their arms. So the Neanderthal is just like strong melee damage, reduced pain. Of course, they don't have any passions because they're like 7. Creepy breathing, slow learner, and slow poke. But you guys are really not long for this world. Buren is a Hussar, and at 3 has a level 8 and 9 combat skill, respectively. Not to be trifled with, this 3-year-old. They are also unwaveringly loyal, the Hussar is. So there's not really a lot that I can do. Because they will actually just, the Hussar will refuse to join us. We also have a Go Juice dependency, and we got some tough choices to make here. Zig is hiding in room because the barracks is a little stinky. What do you do with unwaveringly? I think you like the vat. Is this a vat-grown soldier? Like, we literally can't make Go Juice. After 30 days, they'll fall into a coma. How do you know when that timer is up? Three consecutive messages about eating them were posted. That's because, like, it's like playing Crusader Kings. It's like, oh, murder? Oh, murder? And it's just kind of the same comment every time. Every milk colonist feels a wave of anxiety and anger. Some distant engine of hatred is stirring. It is projecting a psychic drone onto this site through an orbital amplifier. I don't need this right now. Even if it is just a low drone. Here's what we do. We got 50 smoke leaf. Use it. You'll eat a little bit extra. But that's what they're there for. Mookie's lighting one up. Silver's lighting one up. So that's plus 13, which directly counters a low psychic drone. It's like a scratching at the back of my mind. A whispering voice. But I'm like, Stone Man, and I barely hear it. Oh. All right, where are the kids? They're high-fiving. They're hanging out. How long do we have? They don't have very long. They don't have very long. Okay, let's say if Silver, right? Ooh, we only have like a 40% chance to arrest them. But they're Void Apostles! I don't want to have to fight them! Alright, we have an 84% chance to arrest them with Hutch, but what if the rest of them turn on us? Like, there's two ways this goes. We can either try to arrest multiples, and then they fight back and, like, turn on us. And then we have the classic paradox. I can beat them, but it's like staging a boxing match against someone's grandma. Best case scenario, you win, and you still just beat up someone's grandma. Worst case scenario, you lost to someone's grandma. So it's a lose-lose situation, all right? I don't want to have to just beat up / possibly kill a bunch of children in the game just to arrest them for their own good. Because what if they turn on me afterwards? And even if I just arrest one and run inside, they might step in the spike traps. They're children. I want to start playing this game. Is this a poor decision? I await your wisdom. Well, Brigand Central, if you heard what I just said and you still want to play, you probably should just go ahead and get it. And also, I wouldn't tell you not to get it when I have 1,800 hours in the game. So if you want a yes answer to push you over the edge, you got it! You need a yes man sometimes. Okay, chat, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Olsen's about to get up in 8 seconds. All right? Here's the thing. I can just give them the silver and they can be on their way. But I can't send a 3-year-old off into the wastes. I have to try and take care of them. The Hussar is gonna die anyways. This is how I'm looking at it. The 3-year-old is already dead, and we have to make the hard decision. They are a Hussar, they have a genetic dependency on the drug Go Juice, which they have to take every 30 days or they fall into a coma. Like, they're not gonna get Go Juice in the wild. It's just not gonna happen. We're gonna have Mr. drop the Warhammer because that's not something that we need. Best case scenario, we just arrest them and they run away. So, who are we arresting? It's for their own good. We're gonna ensure their continued survival. Noah is 5 with no stats. James is a Neanderthal. All right. Okay, we're gonna say, we're gonna try and save all of them. We have a 60%, a 40%, an 84%, and a 71. All right, so really Silver just can't arrest anybody, and you are not on fire at will. Buren is unwaveringly loyal and will not be taken prisoner no matter what. We're gonna do what Lumi did for Chuckles. And I'm curious how bad the, there is a prisoner bed. Oh. Strong-willed 3-year-old, yes. They will never, ever... Whew, okay, I hope this doesn't go bad. The travelers who were seeking your charity have been betrayed. Colonists with charitable beliefs are unhappy. I thought we could somehow do it all at the same time. All right, Hutch, you just wiggle on out, okay? You just go. All right, don't... Dude, they have a knife. We have already punched Mari in the torso, and James has a cracked spine. So this has gone... Listen. You little shits, I'm trying to help you! I'm gonna give you free meals until you're basically 13 years old, all right? You're about to get like 7, 8 straight years of free care. You don't have to wander anymore. All right, we gotta drop the bow. I don't want the great bow to like... We're gonna drop the great bows on the ground. Okay, and Hutch, you just navigate away and leave these guys to it. Mister is getting cut. Mister is dead in 16 hours. James, how much? You have 1 melee skill. You're getting sliced and diced. Oh, this was a poor decision on my part. I couldn't send them away in good conscience, chat. Okay, Mister's now down. And is bleeding out in 5 hours on the ground. All right, we're gonna just drop this child. Hutch is like, what? Oh my God, they're fighting! Run, Hutch! Don't let that baby cut you! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh God. Why did... Literally how, dude? You have 6 melee. They almost knocked your leg off. I don't know. Bro, Look at those eyes, chat. My leg is gone. This small child has lost a leg and an arm. And I will rebuild them, okay? Listen, I will heal them. This is a 3-year-old who just blew off Mookie's leg. I'm losing to 3-year-olds right now. Dude, Buren is never gonna go. Oh God. Chat. How did this happen? I am in disbelief. Oh. Void Apostle orphans aren't messing around. I can't believe you released the arrested kid. I honestly assumed that they wouldn't get to keep their knife. But yeah, I guess they just get to keep their knife. Instant karma. Oh my god. Tynan knew this would happen if he made this update, and he still did it. They're, I don't want to say this, but they're such small targets, I can't hit them. Oh my god. I have many regrets. I have many regrets. Don't look. They asked for your help. Bro. I may have lost to 3-year-olds. This is why I assume this DLC will not be part of the Hot Potato Charity Challenge this year. I mean, that's an assumption on my part. Who saw this one? I mean, like, when I turned on RimWorld today, right? When we switched over to RimWorld, is this what you saw happening in the first 1 hour of the game? I knew it had to get worse. Do you guys have herbal meds on you? No. That'd be too easy. There's not a lot of medicine down here. It's fitting that Lumi's ideals were misinterpreted by those left over. Not nearly as graceful. This colony really went downhill under Hutch's leadership. Oh my god. There's only one. Zig will not help anybody right now. 0% quality tinned. They're technically not dying. Okay, that Hutch should be buried and given a funeral so his friends and family can say farewell. I want to say that he might have died because of consciousness and being high on smoke leaf, but I'm not entirely sure. Hutch made a terrible decision and was instantly punished. Ooh. Boy, it would have been nice if this could happen in the first, the last hour of the stream instead of the first hour of the RimWorld stream. The writers are ruthless. Writers are trying to like wrap up all the loose ends. This is some Game of Thrones season 8 level of season 7 and 8 level of off-screen deaths going on right now to try and close all the storylines. Interesting time to smoke leaf binge. Randy was like, dude, I gave you a help me mission. Yeah, all I had to do was give them silver, but like, there was a part of me that honestly, the two things. Number one, this is gonna be one of those things that only people who play RimWorld will say. I severely underestimated the frailty of children's bodies with RimWorld pawns bashing them in. Clearly, you can't just knock them out like you knock other pawns out. They kinda just died. They're also strong as hell. They stabbed my colonists. Those kids stabbed my colonists like 24 times. My colony kids get in social fights and knock limbs off like nothing. I was gonna say, Mister's leg was already destroyed, but Mookie's leg was blown off by the Hussar. You fought them unarmed and they had weapons, not sure what you were expecting. I was expecting them to get knocked out and not die, like typically happens when you fight older pawns. That's what I was expecting. But instead, I punched through their right arm and their right leg with just bare hands and destroyed another leg. That's 3 missing body parts from punches alone, which seems very overtuned for someone that has like a 6 melee, and the other one was Silver, who has a 4 melee with bare fists. Children do get debuffs for aiming time and melee hit chance depending on age, but I guess they can still beat up stoned people. What happened to Lumi? That is the least of our concerns right now. All right, we need to go pick up Silver off the ground. Because they're like dying of starvation. They might just straight up die. But anyways, we can't have it both ways, chat. You guys are like
Yeah, of course. Those were 5-year-olds. What did you expect would happen? That they would just be a little bit injured and also. Yeah, but like. They had one stick club. Of course they'd beat your ass. What did you think would happen?
Have your cake and eat it too? Okay, well, Hutch is dead. Zig is the only person who can actually stand. Mookie is about to go on a rampage. And the second in command leader. Chat, do you know what this means? It means the colony is dead. He said it. Colony's dead. The colony's dead. The colony's dead. The ideology's dead. The only other person who is a believer in our ideology is Silver. Aside from Olsen, I guess. You could make Olsen a 0 social skill void apostle and promote her to moral guide of the colony. Hutch was a 16-year-old, clearly not to be trusted with decision-making in this colony. Get this man a revival serum. Olsen's up. Okay, hold on. Who can warden? Zig can warden right now. Alright, Olsen. Well. Zig, I think you know what to do, buddy. The door has been blown clean off by a child. A 5-year-old that just knocked down the door, and they can just walk right in. So I think you know what has to happen here. It's a showdown. Not good. How did you hit me around the corner? Oh, the 12-year-old is going on a smoke leaf binge because they haven't had enough learning. You have been stuck in a coma for over 2 seasons, over 6 months. Zig, you're slower than Choppy is right now. You're slower than Choppy is. You've got the melee skill, you just have to beat them in single combat. You can't get another shot off, it's not possible. You just gotta melee. Punch that pig right in the face. Good, again. 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 Don't fail me now. They're in severe pain. You've got them on the ropes. Ah! Never mind. Goodbye, Mookie. Goodbye, Zig. Olsen, they left Olsen and now they're just like, Olsen's just going on smoke leaf binge. They're the only colonists standing. The adults can't stop them from just smoking they've never, ever had drugs before. And they went from never having drugs to instant smoke leaf tolerance while everybody else gets kidnapped off the map. Mookie has been kidnapped. Olsen is no longer binging on smoke leaf. That's good. I know what we have to do, chat. We have to go get revenge on the pigs. Two. Come on, Olsen. If you can smoke a blunt, you can shoot a survival rifle. Okay, maybe not. Oh, dear God. You have got to be shitting me. We shot their leg off. With Olsen's bolt-action rifle, they actually shot their leg clean off. Oh no! Oh no, Zig! I'll save you, Zig! Oh my God! You're so heavy! Oh! Oh, I tried so much. I'm so hungry. I'm the only colonist left standing. This is now Olsen's colony. I will teach myself. All the food's rotting. Why don't you just go to sleep? In your bed. Chat, this has been something. This has been something, all right. Angroid, enjoy your first time with RimWorld. It only gets crazier from here. Oh, yo. Apparently I was muted because to blow my nose. It was the after credits scene. I was just paying my respects. I didn't really have much to say, to be honest. Other than, part of me wants to see if Olsen can somehow become the new main character. The other part of me is just like, the hell with this! Ah! Okay. Uh-huh. Stop beating up Olsen! Oh my god! Randy is so done. Run, Olsen! Run! Get out of here! Jesus! Cracked skull, mister. Dear Jesus. Oh my... Randy wins. Chat, Randy wins. Alright, don't go... Be free, Strange. Be free. learn how to be a doctor, I guess. Silver did try to take care of you. Even though they had no social skill. Finally, someone puts Mr. down. They were just a source of woe. And lots of trouble. Basically a fresh naked brutality run at this point, yes. Karma for punching the guinea pig. This is, maybe the... I don't want to... Okay. This was maybe the most... Oh my god. Remember, guys, it can't get any worse than yesterday. I would say that this is the most tragic and awful series of events that I've ever seen in RimWorld. I feel like I've said that a lot, but this time it's still true. I honestly thought that I was doing what was right for the poor begging children. And I knew that there was a possibility that they like started fighting, but I didn't think that it was gonna go the way that it did. RP. And it's definitely more fun to not save scum that because it's just a wild, wild ride. We may not have been streaming 9-hour days of RimWorld, but we've been keeping each, I think this stream, last stream, and the last stream have been exceedingly spicy in a very brief amount of time. Paste, bro. No more cook, bro. Please. Do you see the top of the screen? You 5-message Andy. Do you see the top of the screen? Do you think that I have someone with the capability to build a 5 construction skill nuclear paste dispenser? Did I say nuclear paste? I just got here. I didn't know. Yeah. But you pretended like you did. Just get some more colonists. Lol. Oh, chat, what do we do? What do we do now, chat? We're definitely, I don't want to play this colony anymore. This colony's dead. That was the end. For sure, this colony's done. 100%. However, I don't like starting a brand new colony this late on a school night. Because character creator is going, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to be like, oh, I should make a new ideology. I should pick a new tile. I should spend 2 hours in the character creator. And then when it's actually... then when it's actually time to play, it's gonna be like 10 p.m. F that, Etal. Midas is crying, and it's your fault, chat. He was actually crying. Do you need to poop or something? Do you need to poop? Anyways, chat, I didn't actually, it was, the school night comment was sarcastic. I just meant like that if I start a new run right now, we're gonna spend 2 hours in the character creator, at least an hour and a half. And that means there will only be like an hour of gameplay. And then the next time I stream RimWorld, people are gonna be like, what the hell? Oh my god, what did I miss? They'll still do that anyways, but it's gonna be 3 times more because they missed the end of the last colony and the beginning of the new colony. And also, it's just difficult mentally to go from, oh well, throw that colony away, just throw it in the trash and forget about it, and then instantly be like, oh, here's the new character, I like you more. Even though I didn't want to play you because I didn't want to lose yet. Battle Brothers. Vampire Colony. What are you doing? Are you boy? Stinky boy? Are you stinky boy? Yes. Too much licks. Okay, Chad, we're just gonna have a sleeping stream. Midas is gonna go over there and sleep. I'm gonna sleep in my chair. You guys can sleep, and we'll just sleep together, listening the Emerald soundtrack. And we're just gonna. I'll hold Midas, and this is just gonna be a sleep stream. Good night. There's a whole category. I am down. Good night. Good night. Where are the jump scare sound bites? I'm not streaming on TikTok, silly. Midas, close your eyes. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Bad. When do we get to see the cats? Never. Maybe eventually. You're gonna have to hit a different sub goal. You have to go to the bathroom? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to at least craft an ideology. Okay? Let's at least make an ideology. I'm gonna take Midas out because I think he does have to go to the bathroom. Okay, let's do this. I'll take Midas out, come back. And let's figure out what we want to play next, because I want to do a different one. I want to make it I want to change up the spice. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Yo. What's up? Okay, sorry, I had to blow my nose. All right. Chad, I just wanted you to know that while I was gone taking Midas outside and getting water, I told Alice what happened and explained the entire situation with the begging children. Okay, I confessed my crimes. And I mentioned that when I tried to arrest them, to take them in and give them a better life, they started stabbing. And that there were casualties on both sides. And do you know what she said? She said, turnabout is fair play. And that they probably deserved it. Based. You started stabbing me first, okay? Which is true. They started stabbing me first. Okay. Anyways, let me blow my nose one more time and then we'll do some ideology creation. Okay. Big camera. Too big. Something like that's good. Let's get some good tunes on, dude. What kind of tunes do we want to listen to for this? What is the vibe? Portal 2, no. RuneScape, no. Katana Zero might be a little too much, but maybe something along those lines. No Mechanicus, no Deus Ex, it's too intense. How about something spooky to make an ideology? No. I wanted to listen to like Child of Light, but I always get DMCA'd when I listen to that. Fury is good, but also might be DMCA'able. Gris is also DMCA'able for some reason. Too many. Civ 6 is fine, but not, I don't know. I want something like... something like this. Okay. Where are we? Hold on. Perfect music to create a cult to, I think. Okay. I'm back. Here we go. The question is, are we just gonna go back to back naked brutality? And the answer is yeah, I think so. Because I'm not satisfied with how that one went. Just so I don't debate people who come into this stream, I'm gonna up the title. So we're making an ideology, but we're probably not gonna start it tonight. FYI. Because I would like to have, the colony just died, and I don't have the mental, emotional attachment capability to sort of endear myself to a brand new character right off the bat. Okay, it's kind of like those actors who are what's the word? When you're like method, is it method acting? I feel like I'm still in, like, mentally I am still in the last colony, even though it's dead and it's sad. And I need like a reset to the brain to get actually started. So I think naked brutality again. But we can at least make the ideology. And I'm thinking about not doing a fluid ideology this time. You went under anesthetic for a minor surgery. You've awoken in a drop pod crashing into a distant planet. You're naked, alone, and totally unprepared. Can you survive? There's nothing fair about this scenario. It's extremely difficult and death can happen for any reason. You start with new arrivals, one person, 100% chance to be naked. Randy, losing was fun. That was a serious series of events. All right, we need a new seed. What else do we, like, who do we need? Do we really need that many? Is this enough factions, or do we want to max it out again? Because we don't have rough Outlander. These people have lived here for decades and centuries and brought most of the tech that brought them into this world. They usually work with simple machinery and defend themselves with gunpowder weapons. There never was a last colony. We don't have... There's a rough pig union. Cannibal tribes. There's so many... Cannibal pirates as well. Too many cannibals last time. It was just too many. So which one do you want? Do you want a cannibal tribe or a cannibal pirate? Between those. We have a savage Impid tribe already and a fierce Neanderthal tribe. Pirate cannibals. Here's my fear. I think the reason that they turned these off is that Tynan and gang don't want too many of each thing. Because we've already got 2 people who are pirate level tech. We've got 3 tribes. We got a savage, Impid, Neanderthal, and the gentle tribe, who's peaceful. So we have 2 hostile, 1 peaceful. Excuse me. That's Plague Tale. I think adding the other factions just ups the amount of baseliners you'll see. Which isn't the worst. We can add the nudist tribe for fun. How many can you even add anyways? A few more. I think the Xenotype factions are meant to stand in for the original baseline versions. I think so too. So we'll do nudist, insect creatures, the mech hives, the Empire, Waster pirates, Eat a King pirates, 3 tribes, including Impids and Neanderthals, the Pig Union, and the Outlanders. Okay, that's a good variety. but I don't know if we care about cannibal. They can still be cannibals. Man, I completely misunderstood this UI. Like, these can, just because these are Edakeen or Wasters doesn't mean they're not cannibals, actually. In fact, I believe the Pig Union in our game was cannibal last time. So we're just going to leave those out for a little bit more variety. Get some more xenotypes in there. All right, the seed is going to be... Let's just make it the title of the last colony in honor of Lumi, I say. Oh, I need to turn off DX Story right now. There we go. Sorry, just tuning in. What difficulty? We're gonna play Randy Random. Losing is fun. Naked Brutality. But also, like the title says, I'm making this for the next stream because we're just gonna spend some time making an ideology today because we just lost a colony. So I don't want to. I want to be able to spend time making a new ideology in colony without streaming for another 6 hours. Otherwise, we'll just be playing for like 1 hour anyway. So I'd rather just start fresh with a fresh mind. But we can still pick our location and maybe even see the map. I think that would be nice. We can pick a spot. I've been wanting to do that Ice Oasis. So we're gonna switch to medium large. It's not really large, it's just a bigger version of medium. And then we got the geological formations and the map preview mod, just so we can pick a cool one. And I wanna see Ice Oasis. Because I'm curious what that'll look like. Average temperature of -5.3. Whew. While naked and that close to pollution, yeah, it's gonna be very cold. I'm curious, like, I'm curious how much wood is gonna be on that map. Oops, wrong button. That's just too far removed from literally anything else, but I understand there's only so many ice oases probably on this map. See if it picks the same one or a different one. Okay, see that one's in a pretty good location. It just, there's no natural resources at all. Oh, I didn't know you could mouse over this to see what everything is. That's a really cool feature. Wow, I haven't seen you since YouTube. You look completely different. Shawkrin, you haven't seen me since March 22nd, 2018, where you said, yo, at italics. So you have seen me on Twitch. You just forgot. But welcome back. It's been 4 years. Where the hell have you been? You forgot. You forgot. I think so. It's searching far and wide for an ice oasis. What I'm looking for is a location that's not too far from a road and or other like people I could trade with that also has some natural resources like this. I feel like that is that actually soil? That looks like rock. This is a very strange configuration. And I don't know if I love it or hate it, but I'm thinking about it. Here's what we're gonna do. Forget about the tile. Like, I'm more concerned with the... I kind of just want to, like, load in and see what this looks like, because even the map preview, I'm a little confused. Some of these are quite messy. Ooh, huge pollution zone to get to that road. uh, the search for the perfect map tile. This one was just gonna be tough to caravan out of. Limestone and marble only. Large hills is nice, I guess. Okay, we just saw this one. I guess I'll just stick with this one for now. It's marble, slate, and limestone, so we have some options. I can find it again. It's just above the Solaris Mountains. Let's try the south. It's so flat. Chad, what do you think? Do you think I'm being too picky? Or would you actually stop in any of these? They still seem like there's enough resources. Okay, that one looks cool. And is quite a walk to the nearest settlement or road. We can do a plan. You can actually like see how long it would take you to go, say, from here to there. It would be about 2.3 days. It's not too bad. To the nearest settlement. This is an ice sheet, so negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit is pretty bad. We wouldn't get too many raids up here. I've never done Naked Brutality Ice Sheet before. Ice Sheet is bad for raids, I think, because the temperature's so low that people just don't raid you. So it's hard to get new colonists. But basically, all you have to do when the temperature is like this is just dig inside the mountain or find a little cubby for yourself and start a fire and keep warm. It's both harder and easier than you think. Yeah, I think the hard part is just getting set up, and the easy part is long term. You get raided by the new, oh yeah, can the Edakeen raid Ice Sheet? Where is the food? I think that's the hard part. You have no grow period. Animals cannot graze either. So I don't know where the food is. I'm playing in Sea Ice and it's going terribly, but at least I found the mech link somehow. Here's the thing, I just want to look at the map. I don't really care if this is the map that we end up playing on or not. Because I just want to see what it looks like. And I'm more concerned with creating an ideology. I kind of am tempted to try a fixed ideology instead of a fluid ideology this time. I enjoyed leveling up the fluid ideology before. But if I did do a fixed, what I like is sort of coming up with a idea of the whole colony early on. We still haven't gotten to properly do High Life yet. Still. But I understand the benefit of fluid as well as just kind of taking things on as you think you can do them. I enjoyed the guilty. But, like, let's just weigh the options. If I did a fixed ideology, what would I do? High Life in an ice biome. Yeah, I just want to make, like, a bunch of hydroponic drugs. What drugs can you grow on hydroponics? Have you done a tunneler colony yet? No, I actually have not done tunneler or darkness. Randomize. Loyalist, collectivist, male supremacy. It sounds kind of boring. Nudist. Do you want me to be nudist on Ice Sheet, Master? Tunneler, darkness with vampires. I don't know how Raider goes on Ice Sheet, because it's already tough. You have to raid. I guess things still pop up around you, right? I know for sure smoke leaf and hops can be grown in hydroponics. Don't know about the rest. Smoke leaf tunneler darkness basement dwellers. Okay, I do like the idea of humans ought to live underground, enjoy the succulent fruit of the depths, because I've never done tunneler before. Darkness, I'm kind of... I think it's a little annoying that you get the same unlocked role, but then combat in darkness is preferred and dark light is preferred. I think that chat's got a lot of good stuff going on. Vampire moles. Raiders Impossible in my playthroughs, raid spots have to spawn on tiles that have livable temps, so never on extreme desert or ice sheet. That's kind of what I thought, yeah. Tunnel vampires that spend most of the time high in death res. Well, I'd have to get to vampire because I don't want to start as a vampire yet. I want to save the starting scenarios for like when I get bored of the content that I'm currently playing. Hello. Spartini's Mr. Nimbus. How's it going? Welcome, Sewer Rat. Thor LP? Why is he in the menu? No reason. Don't worry about it. By the way, just to not debate anybody, we're not really going to get very far into this tonight. That's why I have the title set the way it is. We're working on a new start for the next stream. I will probably just, to make up for today, I will limit my snapping the next stream to 0 to 1 hour. And we'll actually get like a chunky RimWorld. Why are you defacing? I put it in the title already. Kappa. Copium. There's the most stuff to do in RimWorld at the beginning of a colony. So I want to give it like a good, solid time in the spotlight. Only 12 hours of snap for the 24-hour stream, yeah. I remember when Tomato Time was limited to 1 hour. It's not Tomato Time anymore. I'm actually just... Tomato Time was doing it while in a different directory. Now I'm just in the other directory playing that game. Because it's what I'm doing in my free time. Like, 90% of my free time right now is playing Marvel Snap still. For over a week. It's past addiction to the point of lifestyle. So I may as well stream the thing that I'm addicted to while I'm addicted to it. It's too bad that it's not a game you can whale in. Because I could just write off all the booster packs that I can't buy. Like if they let me whale, I'd be like, here you go, bam, $100 tax write-off. Open packs on stream. I'm just kidding. Oh, the soundtrack right now is Call to the Land. We're just jamming. Is he kidding? No, you could actually write that off for real. Get the tax write-off from you, because it'd be on stream. Okay. Anyways, I liked Tunneler, like go for vampire loner in the future. Supremacist tunnelers who think that the warm-blooded people from the non-ice sheet are beneath them. With like... It kind of has to be almost transhumanist. Rancher would actually make a lot of sense. Just because you could probably find some animals that would stay alive in the sub-zero temperatures, but you're not going to be growing much in the way of crops anyways. but you have to get the animals first, and they don't graze. So you'd have to I don't know how to do that. Ranch bugs. Insect rancher? And you love insect meat. Yeah, but I gotta kill the insects, and we gotta make the fungus, because we gotta love the fungus. Fungus is preferred. Underground vampire bug ranch. Can you build underground ranchers? I'd have to grow, hay from hydroponics, I guess. I don't know if darkness is necessary, but if you want to do vampire, then it makes sense to like RP it, but that's too high. They're very similar. They both unlock the same specialist role, which is sort of unfortunate. I don't like flesh purity for this. Does Rancher give you a penalty for growing fungus? It gives you a required precept of ranching central. And if ranching is central, then we must raise and consume many large animals and not eat plants. So if you plant human food, you get a debuff. And if you don't have enough animals, you get debuffs. So that's why it doesn't really work. Ranchers hate mushrooms. But yeah, darkness seems good for vampires. The meat only part of Rancher is so stupid. Yeah, it's a bit odd. I get what they were going for. They were just trying to have like an opposite of plant specialist and animal specialist. But it'd be nice if that had a little bit more flexibility to it. And then I would like something in the middle, but I think transhumanist fits. So if I were doing a fixed ideology, I'd probably pick something like this. It seems really high maintenance. Darkness Tunneler Transhumanist Supremacist. And this would be a unique build for us. But we can start this as a fluid ideology and sort of work towards this. And I think that's fine too. But I want to get a little preview of what that would look like if we ended up going through with it. Because combat in darkness is preferred. We just fight better in the dark. Melee dodge chance indoors lit is down. Dodge chance indoors dark is up. So I'm assuming that combat in darkness, if your base is lit up by dark light, that's fine, right? Shooting accuracy indoors lit down 20%, but it's up 20%. I mean, it's up 25% in darkness, actually. Okay, that's pretty cool. I've never played in like either tunneler or darkness. And we have played Supremacist, but I don't think we've actually taken advantage of it. What the heck is dark light? It's a type of lighting that is dark. And they don't like being outside because it is bright. They get mood bonuses from dark light. Let's be honest, dark light doesn't make a ton of sense. It's basically a way for you to have lights in your colony, Mary Skipper, but if you go outside, you don't like it. It's a way to keep you indoors. I like to imagine that dark lights are basically sort of like weird black lights, except for the game purposes and readability, they sort of look like normal lights to the player. Otherwise, it would just be super ugly. Like, RimWorld is definitely a worse looking game experience when there are no lights in your base. So I think that while that might be the preferable way to do this, it's just not very playable, like readable. It's not pleasant. So I think it's just a fill-in for that. Because I don't want to play a base with no lights. Maybe I'm weird. Body modification is approved. Okay, from transhumanism. They love insect meat. I think I want to do a fluid ideology and work towards this. I just wanted to sort of look and see what my goals were. And it's easier to see that when you can see all the different ideologies up there. Because like mining yield high from tunneler is really neat. Biosculpting and age reversal will be demanded in the sleep accelerator. Does age reversal need to happen if you have actual vampire colonists? No, because if they're over age 25, they'd be 18 as vampires. Okay, so we do a fluid ideology. Archist? I do like the Archist start. Architects are the true gods. They know the moral structure of the universe, and serving them is how we will connect with it. So we can either choose a low or medium impact meme to get started. I think just starting with Tunneler. I mean, okay, sorry, you can't start with Tunneler. Starting with either Supremacist or Transhumanist, and this is the only option. The benefit of Transhumanist first is we can get a nutrient paste dispenser up early with a decent builder, and then eat nutrient paste. The benefit of Supremacist early is you can get a sweet shooting or melee specialist if you recruit one of those pawns, and they can become gamers. I think we'll just start low and work our way up high. I'll do Supremacist first. The song is called Sacrifice, which is indeed what had to happen. Okay, where are we starting? The Rogian Doctrine. The Seth Rogian Doctrine. It took the most superior humans to create the Architects, so that the Architects could become superior to all. At death, each person's consciousness is accepted or rejected by the Architects. The Architects will only take us to join them when we finally rule over all the others. Okay, that's a lot of options. Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong buttons. I mean, we're going to an ice sheet. I'm gonna say totally covered makes a lot of sense, and we can always relax that later, but like, come on, you gotta have... Wait, totally covered is more than... Cover their entire body, including their hair and face. It's kind of a lot. It's easier to just do pants, shirt, and hat. The face may be covered or not. Okay, there we go. But yeah, if you're gonna live in an ice sheet, you definitely want to be fully covered, and we can work out of that later if we get the right genes. Organ use. We are supremacists, so therefore, if you're starting with no harvesting, that's sort of a strange place to start. Like, if you think you're better than everybody else, then I feel like organ harvesting just kind of comes to the territory. That being said, cannibalism doesn't necessarily fall into the same spot, but you do what you need to do to survive. So abhorrent is a -20 for eating human meat. Horrible is a -12. Let's keep it at horrible, just to start with. Blindness starts at horrible. Corpses are ugly or don't care. Let's start with, like, I don't think it's right to just start that with don't care, because that's basically cheat codes, and a brand new pawn wouldn't have seen that many corpses. Execution required. Don't care or respected if guilty. There's a difference in being supremacist and, like, just wantonly murdering everybody. You think you're better, or that the humans, the architects, will only take us to join them when we finally rule over everyone else. So we gotta start somewhere if we're doing a fluid ideology so we have enough space to work our way into something else. Corpses ugly, fungus despised for now. Diversity of thought, now that would be at least mild bigotry from supremacists, just to start with. Other beliefs are clearly folly. It's not good to let them exist in the community. Insect meat, it's too early to love it. Physical love. Spouse only mild is fine. It's understandable to make love with another outside of marriage. It's not a good thing. Eating nutrient paste disgusting. Research speed normal. Scarification horrible. Skull spikes are desired because of supremacist. A skull and a spike symbolizes our superiority. Slavery starts acceptable. Organ use is also acceptable. It's okay to harvest, buy, install, or sell organs. It is more interesting if you start with no harvest and then go from there. I changed my mind. I like this a lot. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. But that's the whole point of fluid ideology. I like to RP our way into some of the more useful things. Because you do what you have to do to survive, you don't feel good about it, and then you convince yourself that it was the right thing to do later with the fluid ideology. By making an ideology mold to fit the things that you've already done. That's the whole point. Alright, so we have actually 3 roles. A melee specialist, a shooting specialist. This person's name is Bullet Pert. Like bullet expert? Fist Brain is the melee specialist. Cool. I actually don't think we can like force apparel because we're gonna have to wear something cozy on our head. Chat, we need some more names because we can't do Prime Sinister anymore. We need late night chat to step up. And also, I missed a bunch of subs earlier. I apologize. Winter Rose, I hope you're still out there. I think Winter Rose is gone. Thank you for the 13 months, Winter Rose, if you're listening to this. Zed Witzel says Alien Yo for 26 months. My bad. Thank you, Zed Whistle. Bonzi252 said, yeah, yo. That was a well-timed yeah, yo. Hi, Bonzi. 91 months, too. Almost borderline 100. Now this. I'm jamming right now. And Chow gifting us up to Dead Not Asleep. Good username. This is the leader of the ideology. In the Ice Oasis. The Obasist. I'm sorry. Mr. Freeze. Nice. King Cold. Blood Speaker. We're not vampires yet. Dairy Queen and Lava Lord. Chat, names are hard. The Exochrome Fist, the Archic Archist. I like that one. Archic Architectness, the first victor. What about, how about the Deep Freeze? Because we're going to be tunnelers. I don't know. It doesn't really have an authority. Cold Commander. Our chat's just suggesting Arctic Archist. Cool. Big Arky. Deep Freeze could be a religion name. Yeah, I think it could be. I like that. The Winter Soldier. Okay, yes. I'll make the melee specialist the Winter Soldier. I've been playing too much Marvel Snap. Shooting specialist could be absolute zero because you have to like zero the sights on a gun. I like that for a shooting specialist name. Does the cape take up a gear slot? It does, unfortunately. It takes up the outer slot, I believe, which is the same spot that the bandoliers and flak jackets take. God, these were some good songs. All right, the moral guide. The Crystal Cleric. Cape has the same stats as Duster. Like, does it cover the same body parts? Smilk? That's still harsh on an ice sheet, though, when I need to be wearing parkas. The Permafrost. Deep Thinker. Ideology and desired apparel seems like an awful thing to choose. I just wish there was an ideology like gear spot that you could fill in for some of these things, and then people would use them more. The Jotun. The North Star. The cool guy. Like, I don't even care if they make some aesthetic-only things that have no extra armor and just put those in a slot. I would make them just for the aesthetic purpose, and I think that's fine, too. Like, a little face cloth can't do that much anyways. The Cold Turkey. The moral guide is the cold day in hell. Permafrost is what the rock will be made of, so it works with Tunneler. We can make that the mining specialist name. Also, the Stone Cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin. You made it off planet? Sure, yeah, we made it off planet. All right, anyway, I'm kind of just like reading things and having fun. I shouldn't be having this much fun. Steve Austin as the tunneler. Okay, what is this? I forgot what we're even editing right now. We're editing the moral guide. I did like Crystal Cleric, and chat didn't come up with anything better. If I add a cape, we're gonna be freezing to death, unfortunately. We still need a leader name, though. Are we doing a custom xenotype too? No. Baseline. I want to edit xenotype later with the actual machines. The Light Stealer. The Blizzard Wizard. Blizzard Wizard is winning so far. Okay, rituals. I don't think we want dance parties yet. We need more than one person for a gladiator duel to be part of the ideology. I say start with the symbol burning. Funeral, the icebox. Symbol burning. What do you call the ice that has a lot of, what is dry ice? No, I don't like that. But maybe. Meltdown. Ooh, that is good. Meltdown. Good job, Chan. Okay. Symbol burning will result in what? 50% chance of a random recruit of the same ideology joining you, or I want something harder than that. 50%'s a lot. The one that I enjoy for 50% random recruit is the balloon release, because it makes sense someone would see the balloons and maybe join the colony. We can burn something down for recharging our psi focus. Time for meltdown the first day of summer. Wait. Are we in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere? Because when's the first day of summer if we're in the southern hemisphere or the, I don't remember where we are. We have to change that someday. Vampires hate fire. Yeah, but we're not vampires yet. I think I'm in the southern hemisphere, so it would be the 1st of December. If I'm wrong, we can just change it later. But I'm fairly confident we were in the south. Altar of Archism. What is this? Grand altar is too big. I think large altar is perfect. This could just be the ice block. Everything's ice. Cold stone. Cozy vibes from the pillow. Yeah, but I feel like a church run by vampires in the frozen wastes. I'm just imagining like a hole in the ceiling of the church and like and snow's coming in, and that has such a vampire vibe to me. We may not even be vampires. We're just planning for the future. All right, large skull. Grand is too big. Actually, we could just start with small and then add to that later. Something about ice vampires scratches an itch in my brain. I think chat's on board. Chat seems on board. I like this a bit better than the Void Apostles. Well, that's because the Void Apostles didn't really get to manifest the way they were supposed to. The popsicle. Is that all we got? Okay, the what is this? RimWorld. Ideology creation. Slippery slope. We're making a Skyrim dungeon. We're naming a statue that is a relic. It's not a relic. It's an important religious building. I'm not naming it Ben and Jerry. I'm not naming it ice sculpture. I also thought about the symbol burning could have been named Icy Hot. Is that too... instead of meltdown. Freezer burn. Ice sculpture is a great name. Chat, you just want it to be ice sculpture. Disney on ice. Vanilla ice. I don't even really care about the name that much. I just like reading, like, okay, something in my brain gets scratched when I just read scrolling suggestions, because to me it's like being on an artificial intelligence website and like clicking a prompt and seeing what the AI generates. And I just like I just gave the AI a prompt and I'm reading the scrolling results. And that's why I stay on these so long, just because I like seeing what the simulation comes up with. What about, something could be Cold Blood. Like, something could be named Cold Blood. Ice Cube. Tip of the iceberg. The Titanic. Dracula's ice sculpture. Abominable. Are we passing the Turing test? Knocked out cold. Snowman. Alright, I'm done being on this one. Those were all bad, and we should all feel bad. We can build actual snowmen, though. Shiver me timbers. Real? Because it's made out of wood, possibly? What if we don't make it out of wood? Because it's cold and made out of wood at the same time? That's why we stick around so long on these. All right, something hot, like a plasma sword that gives off heat. We can always change these later. But actually, can you? I don't know if you can. Super Warhammer. Frigid Visage is a good one for the building. Yeah, I like that one too. I like that one too. What would Icy Tunnelers value on this list? The Defroster. Frostburn? Ooh, Frostburn. Alright, this is actually gonna be the Ice Cube. Out of plasteel, so it's blue. How about a good old-fashioned tablet? Ice block. Cold cuts for the sword. Something needs to be called cold comfort. Ice cube tray. Good job, Chad. Brain freeze. Okay, brain freeze out of jade. Have we ever found any of these relics in a previous run? I have, when Ideology came out, yeah. We did get a relic. I believe it was a Persona weapon where the owner died, and it was very tragic, so they didn't bond with anyone else. No weapon pairs. The venerated animal is gonna be the Thrumbo, because why not? Majestic, probably can live in Ice Sheet. I don't want any hairstyles to be... I kind of do the same thing every single time, really. I don't want any of them to be never. That or the Muffalo. Yeah, Muffalo's good too. Alright, tribal. Punk. Urban is fine where it is. Rural is everybody. Mustached. Alright, that looks good. Tats. Okay, there we go. Check. Now, did we do everything except name the actual thing and possibly come up with a narrative? Sure. We're not going to be called the Rogian Doctrine, I'll tell you that. But I do like being blue. Like this blue. Yeah, that's a good one. I like this because it's almost like a drop of blood. So edgy. Like me. That's actually a drop. That's like water, though. Because it's blue. I mean, we could go red, but I like the blue. This is a cool symbol. It's very tribal. But it has a nice vibe. Skull. Frozen skull. Like death. Diamond box above the heart. This? Yeah, it looks good. Okay, what do we say we were gonna possibly call this? Bloody Drongo back for 3 months says, thanks to Feng Shui for the sub gift. Hey, Bloody Drongo, thanks for the 3 month sub, dude. Very nice of you. Thanks for hanging out and having fun too. Chess says either deep freeze, the Vamp Miners, blood popsicles, the Coolie Boolies. Blue Blood is good. It is good, except it reminds me of the television show Blue Blood, which I don't want to be the television show Blue Bloods on CBS. The freeze cheese. The freeze cheese. I mean, we can call our home the Ice Palace. It's easy. The Cryo Crusaders. It's hard to read all these. You guys have a lot of suggestions. I do like Cryo Crusaders. But Crusaders means we kind of go out and seek things, whereas we're kind of letting things come to us. Cryonauts. Frostbitten. Love this song is so good it's distracting me. I looked up ice idioms because I was like, what are some suggestions from the internet? And one of them is piss on ice, which I am not going to name my ideology that, but that was what is suggested. That one. Not naming it Yellow Snow. What about, I don't know, Thin Ice? The Cryo Crusade, Hermits, Glacier Gang. This is the hardest part. Fronald, please. The Cold Chiefs. The Cold Guys. The Sorbet Boys. These are faction names, not ideology names. Exactly, chat. Exactly. Thank you, Smilk. The Sub-Zero Heroes. See, that's good for the... That's another good faction name. This is the ideology. How about... Chat, we could have called the leader the Vice Ice. Or the Moral Guide. The Moral Guide could have been the Vice Ice. Chiltholicism. Cryotheism. Frigidism. It still can be. I wish I had some kind of heat map for all these. And see which names are being suggested the most. Just name it Fahrenheit, because it's temperature related. We'll go around teaching people Fahrenheit. It's easy, yeah. Heat map is a cool name. You mean a histogram? Do I mean a histogram? I forgot what the leader's name was anyways. What was the leader's name? Kelvinism. Okay. Alright. Alright, fine. That's what I was waiting for. You got it. The ritual room will be called the... something... what is like a deep freezer? We already have icebox as a different thing. The snow pit, the fridge, the cold box, cold storage, meat locker. The ritual room's the meat locker. Wouldn't it be Kelvinite? Oh, I guess for... Wait, for noun? The igloo, the snow hole. You guys already had some good ones. We'll just do cryo chamber. Oh, walk-in freezer is what I was thinking of. Cryo chamber. Okay, and lock that in. Leader is gonna be the Vice Ice. Everything else. Oh, I didn't lock. I forgot to lock these. My bad. It was the ice cube. The was this freezer burn? Icy hot? What was this? What was the sword called? Frost burn. And then the brain freeze. Okay, check, check, check. Meltdown, icebox, check, 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 check. All right, I think we're good. Meltdown. Oh, we need a effigy, pyre, or sacrificial flag as a building. Rip. Sorry to Shiver Me Timbers. You didn't make the cut. I need something to burn. I need the, like, burn building. You can have more than 3 buildings. Oh. I see. Now we can have the Shiver Me Timbers. And we can have the... What was the one? The Visage? Frigid Visage. God, it's a mouthful. Fine, you guys can all have your way, okay? You can all have your way. Save it. Kelvinism. Check the leader name. Vice Ice. We don't have a narrative. We're about to have a narrative. It won't make any sense because it's almost 10 p.m. and my brain hurts from losing the colony earlier. How do I explain our Ice Oasis supremacy? How far to the ends of the rim world? It's technically a capital W. How far to the ends of the rim world would you go to get away from all the scum that crawls? This is gonna be like... How far to the ends of the rim would you go to get away from all this scum that crawls over the lands? The Kelvinists were invited to one too many parties. A wedding too far. A social gathering, a tedious social gathering over the edge. They turned a cold shoulder to every skipped voicemail, every message left on read. Never read messages. Shouldn't be a wedding too many? Yeah, I guess. Over the limit is better than edge as well. They turned the cold shoulder to every skip voicemail, every message left on read, and sequestered themselves into frozen alcoves where even plant and animal life dare not tread. Ultimate solitude was achieved. Unfortunately, the Calvinists were so dependent on those who annoyed them most. They left the comfort of their homes to the poles of the RimWorld with none of their clothes. They didn't ever do the laundry. And none of their possessions. Their bodies were too weak from never doing anything outside their room, and found themselves with absolutely zero I already said possessions, items to their name. So begins a new saga. That's good enough. How far to the ends of the RimWorld would you go to get away from all this scum that crawl over the lands? The Kelvinists were invited to one too many parties. A wedding, see, you can't say many and many. A wedding too many, that's bad writing. You gotta use thesaurus.com. You keep saying them, isn't it just one dude? It's a religion. We're making a religion. You don't know how many of them there are. Stinky. I cannot wait for this colony to last one in-game day. Then we just go to somewhere like a tundra that we can't survive. Belongings. Belongings. Ice job, everyone, yes. We already used over the limit. We'll survive at least 3 days. You think we'll survive at least 3 days? Alright, anyways. This one was fun, but we're gonna delete the whole thing. Because I don't want to have to read it every single time when chat comes in and be like, what ideology are you playing? We're just gonna keep it much shorter. No! It was just funny to ramble on. Oh, I got a better one anyways. The ice thawed slowly around each of the Kelvinists. Wait, what did we, hang on, what? We called this something else. Chat, what do we name the, it's Kelvinist, Kelvinite. Hold on, grammar is hard. The Kelvinites. Wouldn't... Calvinist is a noun and an adjective. It would be the same thing. It would be Calvinist both times. That's why I'm writing it like that, because it's weird. Anyway. Okay, anywho. The Calvinist thawed slowly from the ice. One by one. Fingers regained feeling and wriggled free of a frozen sarcophagus, tomb, something. A frozen coffin, but coffin might be like, it needs to be clear that it's actually ice. Frozen like Captain America, yes, exactly. Basically, I'm gonna have a theology where people were scattered into different locations on the poles, and they all wake up simultaneously, naked, and have to survive in extremely harsh conditions for some reason unknown. But the wisdom of the architects is what placed them there originally, for some purpose as of yet discovered. When you're done with this paragraph, let an AI draw it. What if I let an AI finish the paragraph? The Kelvinists thawed slowly from the ice. One by one, fingers regained feeling and wriggled free inside their frozen tombs. Plural, because there's more than one. Also, hold on, give me 1 sec. I need to tuck Midas in. He's antsy. The time of the great thaw. Okay. They're all clones of each other. This music is actually distracting me now. Because I think this is boss music. Just turn it down a little bit. Okay. As their bodies surged back to life, heat returned to them. And minutes turned to hours while they waited, comma, silent, comma, is that grammatically correct? Waited silent. Trapped like It's about paragraph pace. As their bodies surged back to life, heat returned to them, and minutes turned to hours, while they waited, silent. Yeah, it's kind of like for dramatic effect. Well, they silently waited is fine too, but it has a different cadence. Just entrapped? Yeah, you don't have to do a simile. They're cold. Dude, they are so cold. This is chat. Minutes turned to hours while they waited, silently trapped. That's you. Silently. All right, chat. Let's have an AI story generator. Let's see what comes up. The first one that comes up. Well, what's a good one? What's the best free like AI story generator out there? God, I love this game. AI Dungeon is not free. And also, it's not that good anymore. Chat says novel AI? You have to, like, sign up. Or no, you don't. Hold on. Storyteller recommended enter your prompt here. Okay, let's see. You're currently playing without an account. To ensure your stories are saved, click an account. This is, I only got 2 sentences. This is what it gave me. So we'll start with the beginning. The Calvinists thawed slowly from the ice. One by one, fingers regained feeling and wriggled free inside their frozen tombs. As their bodies surged back to life, heat returned to them, and minutes turned to hours while they waited silently. While they silently waited, trapped. I should change those around. Finally, there was a sound above them, the thundering steps of an approaching giant. The ground vibrated beneath their feet as he stomped down on it, crushing bones and shattering skulls into dust. I'm not sure where that's going. There's an ice giant. Hold on, the Thrumbo. Chat, we can make it a Thrumbo that stomped by instead, and that's why they venerate the Thrumbo. That went hard. Angry AI. While they waited, silently trapped. Lost to a flurry of confused and empty thoughts. Hours turned to days. Until finally, a vibration. But why would there be like a Thrumbo at every single person's spot? Until finally, a fortunate few were greeted by thunderous They were just, the Thrumbos were sent by Architects. It's an origin story. I don't think it has to be factual. Religious reasons, an origin myth. Aye, until finally, lost to a flurry of confused and empty thoughts, hours turned to days, until finally they were greeted by thunderous footsteps. The booming vibrations shook loose legs and freed up. I wish I had some alliteration for this. And freed up awakened arms. Shook loose legs and something shook loose the ice that still encased them. As yet unmelted ice that still encased them. I don't like having a bunch of sentences that are just like we only mentioned the Calvinists once, and we just been like nearest antecedent saying like them for the entire paragraph. Thunderous footsteps finally greeted them. The booming vibration shook loose the as yet unmelted ice that still encased Calvinist and Hobbes, yes. Chat. I'm gonna send this to the AI. and the men were able to stand once more. "Hail, my children," a deep voice boomed from somewhere far above them. "I am Lord Kylon, king of the Stained." Talking thrombos. "I am Lord Kylon, king of the Stained," said the man in full furs who dismounted from his thrumbo steed. "You are free now. Go and live, if you can. The Arco Nexus awaits." And we'll just leave it at that. But I also am curious what the AI would do with this information. Kylon pointed up at the sky, where a swirling vortex of purple light was visible through the clouds. It swirled upwards, gathering speed as it did so. "Go now!" The Kelvinist looked on, awestruck by Kylon's benevolence. Do we want to add that too? Okay, geez, I'll go. It's probably a good ending. They saw an aurora. They did see an aurora, yes. Okay, we need to make Lord Kylon king of the Stand. Into... Well, I guess we're just Arco, so we don't really... Do we have any gods? We just have the Arco Nexus as a god. Story is going ham. The story is going ham. Okay, which of these cultures... Obviously, we want a techist style. Do we want Astropolitan? Yeah, because I don't want the Empire's culture yet. We can always change that later. Okay, all right. I think this is it. Let's just make sure that the leader is... Yeah, they keep reverting this. And I think we're locked. Saved as Kelvinism. I told you guys this was going to take like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And so it did. And we're not even done. Because we got to do the actual character creator now, of course. Will this naked brutality pawn survive? Probably not. Are we going to try it anyways to see how it goes? Absolutely. Planting isn't really that useful here, is it? Nimble, psychically sensitive. Lots of scars and a gunshot. I don't like 0 cooking and 0 medical and 1 social, but I do like this person. What we're looking for is probably... Kelvinism was such an obvious one, I'm surprised it took us so long to get there. It was like Mary Skipper or somebody in chat being like, we should do a Fahrenheit thing. And then chat was like, oh yeah, Kelvinism. Very neurotic cannibal who also can't cook. A hardworking, nimble gourmand with very few combat skills. No mining skills, which is going to be really tough for Tunneler, but otherwise great stats. So we're going to let you go down to the Left Behind crew. Staggeringly ugly 14 shooting, 15 intellectual psychopath. Interesting. A Night Owl makes a lot of sense in this colony, but again, we need at least a baseline. We don't have to have tough, but some sort of melee stat is a prereq. Shooting is good too. Construction is good too, because we're going to need to build to survive. That's a bit too much on the melee and not enough on anything else. But a 15 melee brawler who gets an extra +4 to melee is cool. And mining is good, so we're going to put that person down there. VR addict with a peg leg. That would be challenging. Fast learner is generally a good starting pawn. Plus 75% to just global learning factor is kind of making up for a lot of passions. Because a passion is times 100%, and not having a passion is... Their base is now 61% learning speed. Lumi 2! Oh my god. I can't... That would be so confusing to do Lumi 2. They can just be back there. Great memory brawler. Ugly, creepy breathing. Double asthma. Some of these are really good. I'll know them when I see them. This is a difficult choice. Delicate is super bad for naked brutality. That's one of the new ones. You will go down fast. Cannibal, misogynist, recluse. The fewer people in Zach's faction, the happier. Being alone is best of all. You can't, I mean, that fits the bill very well, but you have no other talents to speak of. And I can put you down here, but you can't be the leader. All that with a 10 social. They like talking to people, but just one person, please. Kind, jealous, nervous. The 0 cooking is bad, but other than that, they have medical skill, very important. Melee skill, very important. Construction, very important. We're not going to be able to do everything, and that's okay. 0 medical's rough. Greedy nudist, probably not. Slow learner is really bad for a starter with 0 construction. Ooh. No research or intellectual skill, and they are a nervous teetotaler, so they will not be a good leader because they have so much certainty loss. But otherwise, this is a pretty good starting pawn, other than the no crafting. But yeah, that made it really difficult. Alcohol addiction, no thank you. I don't know how plants are going to work here. Pew. Pew. This is a pretty good pawn. Good construction, really good mining, plants for hydroponics, and doctoring skill. Very little social is not as good. And no cooking is not good, and no crafting is not good. But again, how do you do everything? My problem here is I've been prioritizing people with melee just to keep them in check, so I might want to reroll a few of these. So they're not all just melee gods. Jealous kind with a chemical fascination. 17 years old. Do baseliners ever get any kind of genes? Yeah, I think just cosmetic stuff. Ah, these are tough, dude. Wimp with 14 fighting skill. That's crazy. A lot of wimps. Wimp is basically just you lose the game right now. Tough, nimble. These are cheat codes. Incapable of medical. Just simply never get hit. 44-year-old tough, nimble. Just dodge. It's easy. This is the toughest decision ever. No matter what we pick, we're gonna regret what we picked. Also, where's the music? It's like the final song and the music's kind of gone. I think it's just chilling in the credits, probably. Wow, that mining skill. The Zero Medical sucks. The Gourmand sucks. And the Nudist sucks. Damn. Dude, this is a solid... other than the Animal Specialist, this is a solid pawn. 4 construction, 4 cooking, 4 plants. Double fireball mining. No crafting skills, awful. No medical skills, awful. These are good pawns. I have a vampire who's practically invincible, but he's still a wimp, so he always gets downed. Lumi's daughter. I'm not looking for, like, maximum fireballs and stuff. I'm just looking for, like, relatively... This is a crazy pawn, too. Other than the combat skill. And the no construction skill. If you're playing Naked Brutality, number 1 is surviving the cult here. Number 2 is if we get attacked, the only way to defend yourself is either fighting, which you have no fighting traits, or building traps, which you can't do that either. So, even though some of these pawns are just immaculate, I can't find something that has the capabilities to do all the things. At least, like, a little bit. They just need to be jack of all trades. This one, I think, is, like, the most workable, maybe. I just don't like Jealous Nervous is going to be really tough to keep them believers. We can also get by, I think Pew is really solid, too. No cookie skill, but good construction, good mining, good potential for combat. They're not tough. They have some doctoring. Teeny bit of social just to get us by. No intellectual, no crafting, no cooking is tough. This is maybe the best one. Lumi is probably worth a reroll. Optimist and Masochist. Now we're in business. Permanent +6 mood. There's something exciting about getting hurt. Bite scar on the torso. What do you think, Chant? I need help. Midas, do you need help? What are you doing? Free mood bonus. No intellectual? Yeah, we need other people for that anyways. More rolls! You've convinced me. What is this? I don't know what this is. I like it, and that's the problem. I was like, oh shit, what is this? Not what we want to be listening to, actually, right now. How about Fall Guys? You need construction for pace, social for recruiting, and a bit of self-defense hunting. Yeah. Those are the things. You have to have 6 construction just for nutrient paste. The double asthma. Double asthma. Pyromaniac burn the whole base down. Gourmand! Oh my god, this is such a good pawn other than the wake up addiction and the gourmand. The social's bad. You need some melee for fighting, construction for constructing, mining for mining, cooking for cooking. This is all very good advice, yes. The wake up addiction is gonna be like just mental breaks all the time. I still think Pew's pretty decent. Good construction, good mining. We fail on cooking, crafting, and intellectual, basically. I don't know, chat. Nothing is ringing bells. That person looked like Squidward. Did you guys see that? What's all these wake-up addictions and smoke leaf dependencies? What do we think about this one? Actual Giga Chad. Chemical fascination is going to be its own sort of challenge. I swear they bumped chemical desires way up in the last patch or two. Yeah, it seems like that. He's kind of the jack of all trades we've been looking for. I started a colony with a Neanderthal just for fun. She had a social fight and two-tapped another colonist in the throat, killing him. That is very sad. Very sad. I'm sorry that they died. All right, I'm gonna keep the Giga Chad, I think. I'm just making sure. Delicate. What is this? Oh, it's Cyberpunk. Okay. That's kind of a Giga Chad too, but in a different way. They're really similar, actually. They even have Chemical Fascination 2 Smart. Did we just roll like the same pawn type? Okay, damn. Go off. Ooh, I want to go back one! Ah! Rolling! There should be an undo button! Rolling way too fast. The perfect pawn doesn't exist, and that's by design. 15 years old. Tree. Ugly, tough, incapable of medical. The last 4 pawns in a row have been incapable of medical. All right, I give up. I'm going with the Giga Chad. I'm gonna give myself 5 more rolls. 1. This one's not bad if we never wanted to craft and never wanted to research. Giga Chat can do a few more things though. Crafting is pretty important early on. All right, we're just gonna go with Giga Chat. Dims. You're in, Dims. Okay, if this map is insane, it was supposed to be a minor surgery, just an hour under anesthetic. Ignore that. That's not what happened at all. We got thawed from an ice block, per ideology. All right, wow, that's a big chunk of rock. For a tunneler group, there's also an ancient evil. This map's pretty cool. It's 26 degrees. There's actually a good amount of fertile soil to try to build grow zones around. It is freezing temps right now, but there's plenty of actual trees to try and like survive. Ice Oasis seems cool. Wasn't it supposed to be ice? It's Ice Oasis. This map is lit. Yeah, this is a cool map. It is ice with an oasis. And that, chat, is exactly where we're going to start on the next stream. I wrote it in the title. I put it in the title. You think I'm going to, you think it's 10:30 at night. It's been 7 hours. You can't be debated. It still hurts. All right, Calvinists. Just think about it like this, though. We did all the hard work now so that future you can just jump right in and then power through. I knew that, but I was debated anyways. All the East Coasters are asleep. This way, we have a nice clean beginning. We can start a new campaign with a new character. Everyone can jump in and get on board at the same time. We can have a fresh mind. We can be awake. The next stream will probably be on Tuesday. Okay? I've only taken one day off in the last 10 days. In the last 10 days, I think. So I would like one more to just chill. Also, Halloween is Halloween anyways, and people be coming around ringing doorbells all the time, so it's just kind of like not... Midas is not a happy camper anyways. But I hope you guys have a happy Halloween. And a good spooky season. And I'll be back on Monday. We're going to be jumping into new RimWorld campaign because I'm pissed that we lost this one. I am upsetty. It was a good time. It was a good map. Now let's do it again, but different, and try to survive in an inhospitable place. A fake ice sheet. Fake ice sheet campaign. Enjoy 9 hours of Marvel Snap on your day off. I will, but I also have some adulting to do. I will now learn how to snap. Chat, that's what I want you to do. I want you to all tomorrow, when you're not doing anything, just download Marvel Snap so that and just do the tutorial. Just do the basic tutorial. And then you can uninstall it. And then you'll understand how the game is played when you watch me stream it next time. Use code ETAL. Have a great day off. Hey, you guys too. Give Midas treats. I will give Midas treats. Thanks for stream, everybody. Sorry that the other colony, we made some mistakes. There were some errors, but it wouldn't be RimWorld without those events. You can't take the good and reject the bad. And sometimes we do stupid things that result in stupid outcomes, and we just have to grin and bear it because it's hilarious. I like that we survived everything that Randy threw at us and then died to toddlers. Knife-wielding toddlers. Out of all the possible endings, that was the best one. I was kind of mentally ready to do something new anyways, because the biggest thing was I don't mind at the beginning of a colony when there's still plenty of things to do, but when we didn't really have anything that we could do with no crop grower in a drug colony. So it was really just like a matter of time before they ran out of smoke leaf anyways, because nobody could plant more, so they were just all going to start having withdrawals. Basically, the one plant grower. Hopefully that changes next time. All right, good night, everybody. I'll see you guys the day after tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the weekend streams. Got some Randy Random Chaos for sure. And I'm going to send you guys RimWorld to RimWorld. Let's go raid Hippo, who we haven't seen in a while. They are playing some RimWorld right now, too. So I will see you guys over there. Go give Hippo some love. Check him out and ask him about his colony. All right? Kind of poetic they were void apostle toddlers. Yes, we were done in by our own ideology at that. I was just trying to help them. Bye, everybody. Good night. Have a good Monday. And we'll catch you for the next one.